Welcome to the countdown. While you wait for the show to begin, try to relax, grab a drink, sit down, and just enjoy the music.
Yeah. Ooh, whoa.
Don't Christina it out.
Okay.
A little bit of land goes a long, long way. If you believe fracking is okay, a little bit of land goes a long, long way. Sign the lease, bring the rigs today. Everybody say money, 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 more money, more money.
She looks metallic.
Though I can't quite recall overnight sensation.
And we are back. After 2 weeks that felt like 2 months, we are finally back again. I know that you missed me, and who is it? Orest, I see your comment. You are laughing and your ears are bleeding. That's exactly the point of my singing. That's exactly the point. So, tonight, RuPaul's Drag Race All-Star 6, episode 10 and 11, because we were not here last week. We were actually traveling back home. Well, no, not really back home, back to our parents-in-law to get the mousies and spend a little time there. We actually came back here on Friday. So I had about a day and a half to prepare 2 episodes review. And even though I noticed a lot of things, that's an awful little time to do everything. Plus, I prepared a little bit of a surprise. I'll see you later on. Sweet Dreams, thank you so much for the support. Super chats, as usual, are welcome. And during the show, if you don't have to send a super chat to have your comment read, if you want to support, it's welcome. Otherwise, at top RPDR videos, the comment will be highlighted for me. And I will go back and read it during the live stream. So, Sweet Dream says, just a little love because I appreciate all you do. Thank you so much. So, let's greet everyone in the chat. As usual, we have Emma Louise Wakely, Sammy McFly, Sasha, Sweet Dream, Jackna, Vanessa, Lysander, Prince Austral, Metalhead Girl, Norveg, Zoe, Jessica S, Myra, Armade, Fantasia, Marlon, Mario, Oris Bush, which sounds kind of sassy, but he's also a new viewer, so welcome to the relatable bunch. Then we have Nora, Amateur Season. Did I mention the Queen of Discord? Fantasia is here. Of course, we have to mention her again if I forgot before. Aaron, Tukia, Quadonte, Blazing Bard, and Underline. Daisy, Hino, Yosa, I hope I'm not butchering this name. Nightmare, Yelko, Coffee, and everybody else that joined right now. So, SJ Koshaba, did you notice the advertisement for Kiss Nails in the... Oh, yes. Girl, those close-ups didn't come by chance. You know, but I don't... As long as it's not too intrusive, I don't mind it. As long as it's not too intrusive. Now, what do we have tonight? Well, first of all, I hope you had a nice couple of weeks. We had a vacation in quotes. It was not relaxing. It was relaxing in theory. In practice, not really. I feel like I am more destroyed than before, so I hope maybe I will get a week of vacation next week. We're going to see about that. Now, that was my summer of exotic adventures. I hope you had a nice summer of exotic adventures. Also, since I have a ton of things in front of me, including the streaming software, 2000 images, my notes, the live chat, I thought, you know what, I can add a little bit more on that. I can multitask. Why? Right? Why not multitask? So I thought, you know what, since we haven't done it in a long time, if anyone wants to jump in to say hello, I'm sending in the chat a Zoom link. So if you would like to say hello, you are welcome to join us. Only one thing, remember, if you do join the call, please mute the live stream and only listen through Zoom, because there is a little bit of a delay between what goes on directly on Zoom and what goes on YouTube. So, you know, just saying, there is that thing to be done. Now, my notes are a mess, my image are a mess, my reviews are a little bit of a mess, and it's going to be a little bit of a shit show. Please bear with me. That's the best I could summon in the little time that I had. Now, someone entered. Who is it? Adam. Let me see. How is it? Sorry. Where is it? Come on. Let me unmute. There we go. Adam? Is anybody there? Oh my God, what's happening? Yeah, I told you I was not prepared to do this. I have all the best intention. We'll see what comes. Hello? Okay, who else do we have? Let's see. How does this work? I should have prepared better. Sasha! I'm going to unmute you in a moment. Let's... is it working? Let's see. Hello? No, this is not working. Guys, this is not working. Oh, God. Okay, we're going to see about that. Meanwhile, what else did I wanted to say? Oh yes, this is important. On a serious note, one of our very long-time viewers, Dixie, actually suffered a heart attack and underwent angioplasty. So, Dixie, we wish you a speedy recovery and we send you all of our good wishes. Please take care of your health, monitor yourself, and heal quickly. So, best wishes to Dixie. Now, let's see if I can manage this damn Zoom, because what's going on here? I don't understand it. Let's see. No, not working. Hello? Not working.
Hi.
I hear someone.
Yeah, it's me, Sash.
Oh, Sasha, welcome. Welcome.
Hi, guys. Hi. Hi, Top.
Welcome. I need to ask you to only listen to me through Zoom, because otherwise we hear the voice coming back through the call.
I noticed. I mean, the stream is on my phone and the Zoom is on my PC.
Oh, okay. How are you?
I'm doing fine. I mean, I have a whole week of college coming up and a lot of stress because of Drag Race, but besides that, it's all doing well.
Well, yes, episode 10 was a little bit stressful for me as well. But did you have a summer of exotic adventures?
10. It's winter for me.
Oh, damn. So you are on the other side of the globe.
Yes, I'm under, actually. I know, it's a very sad vibe here.
Well, as long as it's not too late or too soon to join. Like some people in Australia get the stream like in the middle of the night, so it can be a little bit difficult to tune in every time. By the way, the chat is cheering up.
Oh my god. Hi, Luis. Oi, Luis. He quer astronomy in Portuguese.
Don't worry. I have everything almost under control. I need to hire an assistant. I actually need to, wake up Mr. Invisible and come here and tell him, please, could you manage all of this? Because otherwise I get completely lost. Anyway, thank you so much for calling in. It's nice to hear you from time to time. It feels like I know all of you from the live streams, when in reality we know nothing about each other. But, the important thing is the feeling.
It's okay. I feel super close to everyone, but I have no idea like anyone's face or voice besides yours. So I get it.
Yeah, that's how it is. We live in this day and age. Thank you so much for calling in.
Of course.
I'll see you in the comments.
Say bye.
Bye, Sasha.
Bye.
So we have Mario and Christian. Would any of you say hello? We also have Amateur. Let's see who is the first one that calls in. Everybody else is in. Amateur. Hello. You are the alien. Tell me the truth.
I actually came here to tell you that I am indeed not the alien. It is indeed you who is the alien.
Yes, of course. It's always me.
So stop lying to the audience.
I'm not lying to the audience. Stop pushing these narratives. Stop pushing these narratives. It doesn't work like that.
Yes, it is.
How are you doing?
Great.
Did you have a summer of exotic adventures?
No. No. I had a summer of mostly staying in my house.
Oh, that's nice. I can relate to that. We traveled actually hundreds of kilometers for staying in the house. So,
Love that.
That's about as good as it gets. So,
That's
Amateur,
lovely.
when do we see you back? When do you start publishing videos on your channel? You have been gone for a hot minute.
I feel called out. I feel exposed.
Yeah, we are waiting on that content. You are being too lazy.
I have a video planned for like the beginning of September, so there.
Well, I hope to see something soon. Don't be too lazy and stop doing all of those impossible Kahoots.
Never.
Okay, that's great. Thank you for calling in, Amateur. See you on Thursday.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Okay, so do we take any other calls? We have, I see Blazing and El Polito. Whoever wants to say hello, we take one last one, and then we go to the actual review. Actually, it's time. It's like 15 minutes. I lost
Hi
myself
there.
a little bit. Blazing, welcome.
How's it going?
I'm tired.
Oh, what? That's a new thing.
That never fucking happens.
No. You got your energy drinks?
I have it right here. As a matter of fact, I can add a little bit of sound effect.
Well,
There we go.
some ASMR.
Yeah, the funny thing about it is that I went on little website and you can actually contact them and ask them to sponsor you. So I thought, yes, sure, I am going to call, and then I never called.
Nice. First sponsoring.
Yeah, it would be nice. Even if they give me free energy drinks, it's better than nothing. So how are you?
Oh, I'm fine. I'm just doing great, actually.
You are doing great.
I heard
hate
amateur. Oh, no. Don't you? I had a bad week, so it's okay for me to feel great for one day.
Oh,
I got my place here. I got my wine next to me, and I'm just excited for the live stream.
okay. Well, this one is already going downhill from the start. Have you noticed my abilities to multitask?
Oh, it's great, actually.
Well, that's too nice. But you're blazing. You are part of the gang. The feedback doesn't count. But thank you.
Yeah, fair enough.
Okay, thank you so much for calling in. And I'll see you back in on game night on Thursday on Discord. By the way, there's a link for the Discord in the description. So let me close quickly Zoom. Let me see. Okay. No, I don't want to update. Okay. So now that we have done that and realized that I cannot do that without assistance. So I don't, maybe one day in the future I will manage it a little bit better. Can anybody hear me properly? I read someone in the chat that says that my microphone is a little bit too low. If there is a problem with that, let me know. I can fix it, like in a minute. Let's see. Mario, we should do that more often. We should do it more organized. I want to do 1,000 things and never organize. SJ Kushabak, we can hear you well. Blazing, have you tried to turn on your volume, sweetheart? Wait a moment. Is it better? Maybe my volume was low on Zoom. Felicia, welcome. Nice to see you again. Okay, so let's begin with this damn review. It's time. So, welcome to the shop, and in this double episode, we have episode 10, Lip Sync Lallaparuza SmackDown Eleganza. Was it good? When was it filmed? Did someone get unfair advantage? And finally, Silky Nutmeg Ganache going ballistic on basically everyone. Then we have episode 11, the Minj Monologue. The Minj Monologue. Oh my god, I cannot say these words. The Minj Monologues. There, I got it. Eureka is finally back for our first win. We have some interesting things going on during rehearsal, an okay maxi challenge, the Cryptiques, and the Queen of Queens is back as a lip sync assassin. Jada Essence All is finally back as a lip sync assassin. She should have come more often. And at the end, of course, Trinity goes home, and we already have a winner. Guess who? Chat, guess who? English speaking Russian RPDR fan. There, my god, I became dyslexic in a matter of a week. Hello from a long time watcher from Russia. I missed the live stream. Thank you so much for joining in. Yes, Jada is a legend. Jada is a legend. There is absolutely no contest there. Now, the reviews are going to be a little bit shorter than usual and way less detailed than I wanted, but time has been of the essence of beauty, of course, and this is the best that I could do with the short time that I had. And at the end of the review, of course, we'll have our Kiki time with your question, comments, and everything else as usual. Please don't forget to leave a comment, upvote, and share our videos because the YouTube algorithm is kind of like a drag queen. It feeds on attention, engagement, and clicks. So if you want to support our work, don't forget to feed our binary overlord. And if you really like what we do, of course, we have a Patreon. There's a link in the description for that. We still have a Patreon, so as long as it lasts, it's a good thing. I also always forget to mention that we have a Discord. There's a link for the description in that as well. So, thank you so much, and let's finally dig in. We are back for episode 10. We are back in the workroom for episode 10, aka the Silky Nutmeg Ganache, first resident queen of Puerto Vallarta, halftime lip sync SmackDown Lallaparuza Secret Redemption Eleganza show. That was a mouthful. So, after episode 9, we are back here in the workroom because the game within a game is about to start. And it's going to be a series of lip sync battles. Now, in light of that, you know, do you remember the premiere that we had 2 episodes coming out at once on Paramount Plus? And everybody speculated, including me, maybe that has something to do with the game within a game. Maybe, you know, there's some arrangement. It was nothing like that. It was just bad, I don't know how even to call it. It was just bad programming. I mean, you're in a streaming platform. It makes no sense to have 2 episodes come here at once. But, you know, maybe they had their reason. They didn't share it, but they had their reason. Now, did I like this SmackDown, Lallaparuza, Eleganza, Extravaganza, and whatever it is? Well, so and so. So and so. Let's be honest for a moment. It was a good episode. I'm not going to deny that, because lip sync are really the highlight of Drag Race. They are there are iconic moments of Drag Race. So, of course, getting an episode that is all lip syncs and all basically good lip syncs, it's a good thing. So I'm not going to complain about it that much. The problem is that they said time and time again, it's a game within a game. So, I was hoping for something Survivor style, a side competition going on, things happening. And it wasn't really a game. It was, a series of lip sync. So if they didn't pump me up so much, reminding me of this thing all of the time, I think I would have enjoyed it much more. Yes, I think I would have enjoyed it much more. Now, how was this thing organized? Did anyone get unfair advantage? Because a lot of people have been saying that somebody, the resident queen, got some form of unfair advantage compared to the queens who had to lip sync immediately after getting eliminated. And that is false, because every queen had one episode to prepare. So it's not a week during filming. They don't film one episode a week. They film like one episode every 2 or 3 days. So between episodes, all of these queens had time to prepare, because everyone lip synced only the episode after they got eliminated. Now, for example, this is an image from the Cryptiques in episode 3, the episode in which the resident queen actually went home. And look at the judges, because if we take a look at the lip sync between Serena and Jiggly, they are wearing the same dress and it's the same judges. So both of these queens had time to prepare until episode 3, despite Jiggly being eliminated in episode 2. And this goes on for all of the lip sync, so everyone got the same amount of time to prepare. Now, since they lip synced the episode after they got eliminated, at the end, for lip sync number 7 and number 8, we have the same judges from episode 8. So the resident queen and Pandora, they had to prepare with an episode before, and both the resident queen and Eureka had to prepare, I think, in 1 hour probably, for the second lip sync that was filmed during episode 9. So is everything clear? Because this is a thing that's been repeated over and over and over again, but in reality, all of them got exactly the same time. Okay? Now, where are we? Oh, there we are. So let's check very quickly all the lip sync. Luis Felipe, Eureka was the only queen that lip synced right after her elimination. Yes, but she had as much time to prepare as the resident queen, who in the same episode lip synced twice. So let's go quickly through the lip sync. First one, we have Serena. No, here it is. First one, we have Serena versus Jiggly. Now, for me, Serena was much better, but we didn't get to see that much. Now, it's not that I didn't like Jiggly, but I think Serena did a better job. The problem is, as usual, camera angles, screen time. So by the end of the day, everybody was on board. Yes, Jiggly absolutely won. She didn't do bad, but I think Serena did better. And considering the treatment that she got on All Stars, maybe it wouldn't have been bad if she had at least one more lip sync to actually shine. Next up, we have Jiggly versus the resident queen of Puerto Vallarta. And here for me, there is no contest. Because first of all, I love the song. Girls Just Wanna Have Fun is like a gay anthem. And Silky, with that bottle gimmick that she had with the ice that she put in the glass, and then the alcohol and drinking, I thought it was an incredible way of performing this lip sync. I mean, she clearly prepared, and considering that she and Jiggly had basically the same amount of time to prepare for the song, the resident queen was clearly better prepared. For me, it's no contest. She absolutely won everything in this. Next up, we have the resident queen versus Jara Sofia. Lip syncing to Point of No Return. Now, this for me was a little bit of a bad choice. They shouldn't redo iconic lip syncs. They shouldn't reuse songs from iconic lip syncs for from the show because I kept thinking about Ben de la Creme and Darian Lake. And the reality is, when you compare both of these two performances, which were not bad, I'm talking about the Resident Queen and Jara, which were not bad, but when you compare them to such an iconic lip sync from such iconic queens, well, they both look bad. They both look inevitably bad. So when this lip sync was over, I was like, okay, send them both home. That's it for me. I'm sorry, but this is how I felt. Anyway, the Resident Queen wins and she advances to the next lip sync, which is going to be versus Scarlet Envy. Now, the song was an okay song. It was an iconic gay song, so that the song was okay for me. Silky had prepared a little bit for this lip sync as well. She had a flag kind of thing. Both of them did a great job. But again, I couldn't see Scarlett. So I don't know if she really did worse than the Resident Queen. I think no one really did bad in this lip syncs battle. But the point is, a lot went on with the camera works. I virtually saw nothing of Scarlett. And you know that I was really pumped up to actually see Scarlett again, because I'm a huge fan of Scarlett and I wanted to see more. But the camera kept going somewhere else. So at this point I'm asking, can we ever have a lip sync where we see both of the queens most of the time? It would be nice. It would be, you know, a nice addition, because I get it that you have to push a little bit of narratives, but come on. Silky didn't do bad. She didn't need to have the favor of the camera, you know? We don't need to be convinced of that. We can clearly see who is doing bad and who is doing, you know, just okay. Chat, what do you think? Nightmare. Comedy moments. Arena telling Ru that she wanted to air her and Ru being like, okay, thanks. Tukia was surprised that Darianne won the third lip sync. Luis Felipe, if Silky had an unsponsored energy drink hidden under her titties, I would have lost everything. Oh, that's me. One day in one of the parodies, you will see me with some strange outfit and bringing out little energy drinks. That's something that's definitely going to happen. Anyway, the Resident Queen won the lip sync and she advances to the next lip sync SmackDown, this time versus Akira. And Akira is a no-show. And a lot of people have been commenting, well, what happened there? Because by contract, she had to do it. And this is a little bit of an issue because a lot of people don't understand the difference between having something in a contract and actually enforce it and wanting to enforce it. And from what I've seen, despite the fact that World of Wonder doesn't force a lot of different things from the contract, forcing the queens to perform, it's something that we actually never really witness. On the contrary, we hear a lot of queens saying things, for example, they asked me for All Stars, but I said no, and nothing happened. And I don't think this was one of those things that was actually enforced. I think Akira was simply, you know, a lady like the queen that she is and said, you know what, I really don't want to. She is my friend and, you know, it is how it is. It is how good, it's as good as it gets. So I understand that. I completely understand that. Akira really did like, it was a great move. It was a great move to simply say, you know what, it's good. It's good. I'm going. I'm not interested. So the Resident Queen has prepared for this lip sync as well. And despite being no one on stage, she murdered everybody. She prepared a double outfit, both as a man and as a queen, to match with the song, which is Barbie Girl. I thought it was incredible. She really did a good job. She really did a good job. And you know that on the personal level, I cannot stand the Resident Queen. But that shouldn't deter anyone from the fact that this was a very good lip sync. And I appreciate the fact that she prepared, because a lot of the queens took this thing a little bit too lightly. You know, they didn't go in with all the guns. They didn't bring it all to this lip sync. They didn't prepare enough, in my opinion, because even though a lot of people said Silky brought in a ton of gimmicks, And I'm like, yes, in a way, yes. But that's what production wanted. That's what the audience is responding to. I get it, that's not 100% of the lip sync, but she's also lip syncing. So I do appreciate the effort very much. I think she did a fantastic job, especially on this song, where she came out and said, you know what? I'm going to lip sync anyway. And that's it. And that's it. Next up, we have the Resident Queen versus Jen. And this is where I actually disagree with the judges, because I think that Jen did fantastic. She had an impeccable wig reveal. I don't know if you can tell by the picture, but it was flawless. She brought in this completely different attitude that totally went with the song. She broke a piece of the stage. She looked like a complete different person. So I appreciated Jen the most in this lip sync. Problem is, I didn't see much of it because the camera work was here again to push a storyline. Now, the Resident Queen had a little bit of a reveal, but there was not much going there. And at some point, she brought a guitar that she left on stage to pick up during the lip sync. And you see what I mean? She put commitment into this. You cannot deny that. When you prepare this kind of things, it's just professionalism. It's being professional. You always have to have that little bit more to elevate your performance a little bit. If she didn't add that guitar, I am not sure if she would have won this. I am not sure. Or at least they would have had to go much harder with the final edit for the lip sync. Because for me, Jen won this. Jen won it. The only thing that I didn't like is hair guitar. I think that should be banned in the lip syncs. Like from the first time that Hugh Hamasaki did it back in the time, I cannot stand it. I just cannot stand it. I cannot help it. I cannot stand it. Next up, so Silky won this, and next up, she's going against Pandora Box. Now, Pandora didn't stand any chance to actually win this, because you know how the show is. She's just too old. They like the idea of having older queens, but it seems like they don't really have any interest in, pushing them or recognize their talent. And it's just the way the show is. It's just the way it is. I thought Pandora did a very good job, but the Resident Queen did a better job in this lip sync. So she deservingly win this lip sync as well. Now look at the judges. These are the judges from episode 9. And when she is going to lip sync against Eureka, it's going to be the same judges again, from episode 9 again. Now, something interesting happens during this lip sync. First of all, the song is Since You've Been Gone. I think it's a beautiful song. It can totally work for a lip sync. The problem with Silky, for me, is that even though she prepared a reveal, it came very late in the song. It felt like ages before she actually showed what she was hiding under this coat. And I want you to understand one thing. That whole part could have been edited out. The song is like 3.5, 4 minutes long. If they lip sync the whole song, they could have edited out that whole long part in which she was not actually revealing anything. But they didn't. It stayed in there. And on top of that, after she had a wardrobe malfunction, we were immediately intercepted by the queens in the workroom clarifying for everyone that yes, she did have a wardrobe malfunction. That could have been edited out as well. At the very least, it could have been hidden. But not only was left in there, we also had the shot of the queens telling everyone, hey, look, in case you missed it, Silky is having a lip sync malfunction. So when this was over, I kind of realized, you know what, they are not really going to bring Silky back. It's going to be a Eureka. It's the decision that makes the most sense, especially because she didn't miss any episode, so it doesn't feel like she didn't really deserve to get to the top 5, and then top 4, of course. So it was really the best decision. The only problem that I had with Eureka is that I don't think she really understood the meaning of the song, because she started talking about the relationship with her mother, of which I have the uttermost respect, I want to say that. But, either she didn't understand the song or her relationship was quite unique, if we want to put it like that, because this song is not really about it's about moving past an asshole that you had a relationship with. So, I don't know, maybe I'm getting the song wrong? You can let me know about that. Now, let's go to the chat a little bit. I see a lot of comments. Lysander, Scarlett looked beautiful. She seems right. I completely agree with that. Johnny Boy Toy, I'm late. Don't worry, we're still here. Tukia, watch the Barbie girl lip syncing more than I should, but I just lived for it. It was really good. She did a great job. Valek, Akira played it smart by saying, I respectfully decline. If she didn't, she might have infuriated Ru, but she tried to soften the blow by saying that she doesn't mean any disrespect. Yes, that's a very smart way to just say thank you, I am not interested. That's called being professional. Mario, I guess we're discussing Propgate with Jen. Luis Felipe, Jen looked pissed. Jen looked beautiful. She really, for a moment I thought she looks like she really went over this whole thing. In the span of 2 or 3 days, she just said, you know what? Fuck it. I'm going all in. However it goes, it goes. Sasha, in our fantasy and reality, Jen should have won. I hate when people say Silky won after the guitar reveal. Like, yeah, because we didn't see not even the ghost of Jen after that. There was a lot of camera work in there. Let's be honest. I am not here to push down anyone. I'm not here to dismiss anyone's talent. But, the camera work was a choice. Let's talk about that as well. Lysander, Jen got revenge for her psychological torture this season and broke the stage. If Jen won against Silky, she would have won against Pandora and maybe could have even come back. I agree with that. I totally agree with that. If she maintained the same level of energy. Luis Felipe, could you imagine if Jen decided to steal Silky's guitar? Yes! Yes, well, they would have stopped everything and say, you know what? Lip sync for your life, take 2. Like they did back in the day with Valentina. Homemade soup. Silky confirmed that she made the guitar out of pizza boxes, which is iconic. Yes, I saw that too. Because a lot of people, this is something that I really dislike. When people take their personal thing on the professional level. You can dislike Silky on a personal level, but still acknowledge the fact that she worked her ass off. That doesn't make you any less of a respectable person if you do so. So I don't really understand that, how people came out and started saying, no, she didn't do this, or she received help and she was prepared. I'm sorry that all the other queens didn't prepare as much as she did. She also had a storyline. Yes, of course she did. But she prepared. So, that's that. That Allison says, I guarantee this was her Missy Elliott costume for the Super Bowl challenge. Oh, it could be. It could be. RuPaul making fun of Jen's puns was too much. That was just sadistic. Yeah, I stopped paying attention to that. I mean, I'm so done with the edit of Jen and everything that happened, and I have a couple of things to say later on, but that's mostly it. Nightmare, Silky storyline. She won helping herself with the props to end up losing at the end due to a prop. Well, karma is a bitch, isn't it? Luis Felipe, something's going on with the producers this season. In the past, if the queen decided to give up, I don't think they would let her explain herself. Yeah, I wish I could talk directly about all of that. You know what? I'm going to talk directly about all of that. You know how Viacom CBS is a corporation, right? They want to make money, right? They don't care about issues. They don't care about changing the world. They don't care about. They're a company. They care about money. So if your way to make money is to stop being a complete hassles to queens of color, that's what they do. That's it. Why? Well, because people are very sensitized to this kind of bullshit today, and they're going to read them to filth and punish them with their wallet if they dare continue to do this bullshit. That's why in this season of All Stars and in the last season of Drag Race season 13, curiously, the villain chosens were not people of color. And we know that they used to love to villainize people of color, especially bigger girls of color. You have Silky right there. So, there you have it. Lysander, the Puerto Vallarta residents felt represented by Silky this episode. They sure did. They sure did. So, by the end of this lip sync Lallaparuza extravaganza SmackDown, we have a cliffhanger. We don't know who is going to come back. Who is it? Is it the Resident Queen or is it Eureka? Of course, if you paid attention to the edit, by this point, you would know that there's almost no chance the Resident Queen is actually coming back. Now, to me, she did a fantastic job. Gimmicky, not gimmicky, whatever it is, you have to do what you have to do to get the job done. Be prepared, be professional, and entertain us. And that's exactly what she did. Which, unfortunately, has been the opposite of what she's been doing lately. Well, of what she's been doing on social media. So, let's go a little bit on this rampage, shall we? While All Stars was airing, the Resident Queen went on what I can best describe as a social media narcissistic rampage against basically everyone, in my opinion, of course, sometimes with good reasons, mostly not. Now, you can have the best edit on the show, but if you behave like a dick outside of it, people are going to catch up pretty quickly. So she basically managed to undo all of the good that the edit did for her in this season of All Stars. And I don't know what the hell happened during filming last year, because this is not the first time this happens. Tamisha had an incredible edit in season 13 and she managed to undo all of that in a matter of 1 month. Now the Resident Queen comes with one incredible redemption storyline in which she actually has a chance to explain everything that happened to her and earn a redemption from it, and then she goes on social media and everything completely unravels. So let's go down memory lane for a moment. Not for the sake of drama, of course, but because I think that there is a lesson to be learned in here. So, after filming for season 11, the editors worked their magic on Silky's edit and transformed her into the seasonal-long villain for season 11. So you know the gist. Cut and paste, eerie music, teleports, over-dramatization, so on and so forth. So, as a result, she became the target of social media attention, where the usual idiots with 1.5 working brain cells thought it was normal to offer insults, racial slurs, or violence threats toward her. You know, that's what a smart person do, doesn't it? So the whole social media package. As a result, Silky lost gigs, probably becoming financially unstable instead of recouping the money that she invested on Drag Race. No doubt she felt like shit thanks to all the quality feedback that was offered to her on social media, and maybe even a little bit unsafe in her everyday life, because, you know, that's what being a fan means today, threatening people. So coming to All Stars 6 opened for her the possibility of redemption in the public eye, and I think that Silky played her card like pro. With the blessing of the producers and the editors, of course, she was going to finally set the record straight. And for more info on the storyline and the editing with the storyline, we have it all covered on episode 3 of The Chop for All Stars 6. Now, her story could have ended here. Redemption achieved, everybody loves her, everybody is not denying anymore everything that was done to her back in season 11. She's finally appreciated for being an entertainer, for being a professional, and the story could have ended here. Unfortunately, some minor mistakes were made. Now, to celebrate, after filming All Star 6, to celebrate her achievement, celebrate in quotes, in January 2021, during the height of the pandemic, Silky went on vacation with Shangela and Vanjie to party without a mask in Puerto Vallarta, officially becoming known, at least on this channel, as the Resident Queen of Puerto Vallarta. Now, when asked about it, she apparently blamed it on racial pressure in the U.S. No apologies were ever made by any of the 3 queens listed here, at the best of my knowledge, of course, but at this point, and at this point, no... Oh, shit. I need more energy drink. Sorry, I'm getting a little bit... a little bit taken on. So, and until this point, at the best of my knowledge, none of them ever publicly apologized for this. So, you might think at this point, nobody noticed. Could be. A lot of people didn't notice. A lot of people didn't care. Why didn't they care? Well, for all the many reasons that we cannot really discuss that issues in here. But a lot of people also thought, you know what, that's 6 months ago. Now I'm seeing this season of All Stars. I'm entertained. She's doing her job. She's doing good. I'm willing to just forget about that. I am the one who's not willing to forget about that. I'm the one pushing for accountability. But, it's understandable that a lot of people said, you know what, we are tired of this shit. Let's just forget about it. Let's just love her now. Which is a good thing. Which is a good thing. So at this point you might think this was a close call. Let's be more careful. But of course not. Because it's time to shit on Jen, the villain of All Star 6. So while talking about her elimination, she took the chance to elevate her performance at the expense of Jen, which is kind of a curious choice since the other two contestants that sang live during the talent show actually were Ginger Minj and Kylie Sonique Love, two queens that had an incredible edit and ended up in the top 4, while Jen ended up edited as a villain, which is kind of a curious choice. But, you can make your own conclusion on that. Because after all, who cares about Jen? She's a villain. If you throw her under the bus, everyone will be on board with that. Those erudite people on social media will completely be on board with that. So, despite Jen defending herself and calling out the edit, the resident queen doubled down, saying that of course she was not lying. So Jen provided more details and, to all of her performance. She talked about the backtrack, she talked about all of these technical things, and the issue was finally resolved behind closed doors. So apparently it's okay to build narratives about villains and the way it impacts them to act reckless on social media. Okay? What I meant to say is that it's okay to build narratives about villains. It's okay to act reckless on social media toward villains. It's okay to ignore the consequences of your statements and how they can deeply impact other entertainers and other people, or their livelihood. As long as the villain is not you, of course. That's fucking convenient, isn't it? So at this point, some people kind of started to realize that there was a little bit of inconsistency in there. But still, everything went, largely unnoticed. And unfortunately, this is just the beginning. Because this time it's time to shit on Trinity. Now, the narrative here is that according to the resident queen, Trinity should have told her, I am eliminating you during the deliberation. Like every queen has always done on All Stars, right? During deliberation, they go to a queen and they said, I'm picking your lipstick and I am eliminating you. So, I'm sure that there are no racists out there who use the queen's statement as an opportunity to throw gasoline on the fire and attack Trinity, talking about these issues. Under the narrative that Trinity was not trying to do what everyone else does during deliberation. Trinity was not trying to lift her up. Oh no. Trinity was lying. Trinity had to be honest, especially to another black girl. That's funny how this rhetoric works when the black girl is you. If the black girl is another black girl, then it doesn't matter anymore. So, apparently racial bias only counts if you are the queen of color in question, not others. So at this point, things are going downhill quickly. But the lip sync smackdown is coming up soon, and that seems to actually make the situation go downhill extremely quickly, because we go from building narratives to outright accusations and possibly lies. So, what's happening? We have to talk about this uncomfortable thing. Now, I'm not going to go into any details, don't worry. I'm not going to use hard words. We're going to keep it as simple as possible, as respectful as possible. Nevertheless, back in the day, back in season 11, Vicky Vox was not so nice toward Silky on social media. She called her, I think, a sack of potatoes or whatever it was. She was not being respectful to her. While she was doing this comment, somebody intercepted the conversation and claimed that that Silky behaved, how can I say, didn't respect boundaries with this person during a live show. And then at that point, the thing, of course, was blown out of proportion on social media. Articles were made talking about, all of these allegations. So, and you can imagine the effect on Silky. Already she was dealing with the villain edit, which is no joke, and adding this to the whole bunch clearly left a scar. So at this point, she's coming back, rightfully so, and saying, please apologize for what you did. Because, what you carried on, what you started, what you, in a way, enabled, create a ton of damage for me. So, please apologize. To which Vicky obliges. She said, she actually apologizes. And this is the point of no return. Because at this point, it looks like Silky went completely ballistic. Because she calls out an article made on a site, where is it? Called Instinct Magazine. Now, let me copy the link and paste it in the chat, so that if any of you wants to actually go and see this thing for yourself, you can check it for yourself. And when the video comes out, you can find the article in the video description. So, what's happening in here? This is what you read on the right. So she calls out Instinct Magazine saying the source to your article has come forward. Okay, so the person who was accusing her has come forward. Now that she has apologized for lying, maybe I have my public apology for that lie your journalist wrote to attempt to end my career. So she wants an apology because she's claiming that the article pushed lies. And this is in itself a lie, because the article only mentions the allegations. There are no lies. And certainly they were not made to end her career. If anything, they were made for generating more clicks and more engagement and more money. This is what companies care about. They care about money. And she continues, I don't care that the journalist was fired. So she is saying indirectly that the journalist that wrote that article was fired. He was not. So, and continues, I need you to correct the trauma you inflicted on me publicly. So, what's happening in here? Well, I think she completely lost her mind. I don't know what's been going on in her mind, honestly. What I do know for sure is that incredibly, Instinct Magazine responded, calling her out for pushing narratives, false information, and their general lack of receipts. And they say, and I'm going to read this to you, Silky's been making the round recently in July 2021, revisiting the allegations from March 3rd, 2019. She has stated she had an encounter back in August 2020 with the person who allegedly claimed they were harassed by the Queen. She shared a couple of tweets recently asking for an apology, since she has said the accuser has allegedly come forward and said the accusations were all false. She elaborates in the video below from her appearance on Hey Queen in December 2020. Silky doesn't share who it was or their apology, so she has no receipts. But she loops in an apology from Vicky Vox, who originally shared the accusations on Twitter. Vicky didn't claim anything. She shared the accusations. Now, the first tweet yesterday was similar to the one today, but today she's added an accusation of that this was all magnified because of race. If she's saying Instinct was playing this up to humiliate a black drag queen, Jesus, just stop. Then again, is she referring to Vicky Vox as a white woman or her accuser? We don't know. She's also been vocal about that Instinct allegedly, see how that word works, allegedly fired the writer that wrote the original piece. No, that never happened. We wouldn't do such a thing, as these were alleged claims, and that is how this was covered. So, yeah, it's a mouthful. It's a mouthful. So, this for me is where things get really ugly, because I do understand that there are a lot of people out there, mostly people on social media, who feel the need to push allegations as fact. This happens on YouTube as well. It happens on our comment section as well. People don't understand the meaning of allegation and go, everywhere saying, oh, this happened and this happened. And, allegations are allegations. Facts are something else. Facts are something you can actually prove. Confuse the two and you'll find yourself in court. But you cannot really ask journalists, or people for that matter, to stop reporting allegations just because some other people on social media left their brain on the toilet. Reporting allegations in a clear and unbiased manner, as it was this article here, is not only a protected right as freedom of speech, it's also pivotal in helping victims to actually come forward. Imagine if no one reported the first allegations against Shitty Pies last year. Imagine if everyone went silent. Imagine if no one was talking about it. Would have others come forward? And if they did, no one would have talked about it. According to Silky's logic, you don't talk about allegations. So then no pressure would have actually built up against Shitty Pie, and probably she wouldn't even have admitted to anything. And what would have happened with the massive platform that she would have gotten after being on the top 4 of RuPaul's Drag Race Season 12. So, this is something that I want you to understand. The fact that some people are mentally damaged out there and don't know the difference between news reporting and actually pushing lies and damaging people. This is a problem, because you cannot give up talking about these kind of things. Of course, in a polite manner, of course, in an unbiased manner, but those things had to be reported, because you never know. You never know what really happens. So, time and time again, this is another proof that her logic was flawed, because, she had, I don't even know how to describe it. It looks like everything kind of revolves around her. I said it one time, I'm going to say it again. I don't think that this is a bad person. I think this is a person that is so concentrated on herself that completely forgets that there is a whole world around it. And if you only think about yourself, only by pure statistic, you will inevitably end up walking on other people, because you just don't see them. You just see only you. So at this point, there is one last burst against the pit stop, which I find gaggy, because apparently they didn't have enough praise for her. All praise, no criticism of any kind. If you do, that's clearly racist. Let's tell that to Trinity. So, since this has been a long talk, what is the moral of this story? Why did we talk about this for a moment? Because this was not only, oh my god, yes, the drama, ooh, see what happened. No, that's not the point. Because as the edit went on, elevating the resident queen's image with more and more people showing up on social media, cheering up for her redemption, supporting her. She seemed to grow more and more confident in her convictions. The problem is that she looked resentful, even belligerent, to the point of seemingly doing to others the same things that she complained were done to her back in season 11. And you see, and here is my point, social media pressure of the good or bad kind can be corruptive, especially for those who experienced firsthand the outright abuse and financial instability that can come from being the target of people's overreactions on social media, pushing them as far as perpetrating the same kind of abuse that they suffered on others. So you can't be irresponsible on social media. You can't risk ruining people's lives and livelihood by misusing your media reach, pushing narratives at the expense of everyone, be it Jen, Trinity, or a journalist. And Silky's story for me is kind of a cautionary tale of how deliberately enable people's resentment can sometimes lead to catastrophic results. And, there is a difference between supporting and enabling. But I guess that's another story for another time, because it's already getting pretty late. Now, Silky, at the end of the line, between you and me, I personally wish that you can fully recover from that experience that was season 11, that traumatic experience that clearly was season 11, because you're a smart and talented queen. So I just wish that you get out of your head. You are not the center of the world. No one is. But you are a part of it. So, don't let those whole scars outshine your potential as an entertainer, but especially as a role model. So in the next year, I expect you to prove me wrong on everything that I said before. So don't delude me, and good luck. And with that said, our review for episode 10 is done. Okay? Now, let's take a little bit of a pause. Let's go on the brighter side. Me and Mr. Invisible actually prepared a little bit of a surprise for you. So before we get into season 11. So before we get into episode 11 and find out what happens there, let's take a 5-minute pause, go drink something, go to the toilet, go smoke a cigarette, go do whatever you need to do. And I'll see you back in 5 minutes. Nothing matters more than your own personal gain. Fuck other people. Fuck nature. Fuck the future. Exploit everything. Night after night, I check my count and try my best to make it right. Day by day, I close my eyes, ignore the pain in my brother's lives. An injection of cash is all I need to shut the voice in my head. Through the dark, till I see the shiny contract on my desk. If you dream of exploiting everything and believe nature's not worth anything, if you sign the lease, all your wildest dreams, they will come true. They will come true. If you think exploiting drug is not enough, all these queens, they deserve to get it rough. Just ignore the tweets and all your wildest dreams, they will come true. They will come true. I'm back. Sorry. Sorry, I went smoking, then I went to the toilet, and then I forgot. I need liquid energy. So there we go. Did you like the song? We kind of worked hard on that. I actually had it, sing in my signature singing voice like months ago. But, I thought we could make something special for this time, since we always have the same music playing, because I never really go out there and look for something new because, I always forget about those things. But as long as you had fun, we had fun doing it, and at some point we'll make it in a full video with a second verse and another chorus, and we'll have the whole song. So, I lost a ton of comments, I am sorry, but I really wanted to get that thing out without getting too much out of my thoughts, otherwise I would have lost my train of thoughts. So, let's try to catch back to some of the comments. Sasha, they never apologized. Oh, she's talking about the resident queens of Puerto Vallarta. And they blocked a lot of people that were asking them to do so. Yes, you know what? I'm not here to push my own ideals and my own values. But as someone who lost a member of the family because of what happened, it feels kind of like a middle finger that you go on vacation and you party without a mask. And you think that's completely normal, that there's nothing wrong with it. So for me, it's most of a matter of accountability, and that's it. A simple apology, as simply saying, you know what, I was getting completely crazy. I was in a weak moment, and we decided to go. I could work with that. That's something I could work. Tukia, Silky said in Untucked, Jen, she's my man. Well, that aged bad. It did. It definitely did. Slightly Sassy says, facts are not allegations, America. They're most definitely not. And allegations are not facts. Lysander, Silky, did you just breathe? You are racist for not letting me breathe first. Yeah, that's how funny those things are, aren't they? And the thing that I don't like about it is that they trivialize the issue. They really trivialize the issue. So, I am not American, so I don't know the social pressure of that. I cannot possibly know that. But from what I see, it's not good what I'm seeing. That's the point that I want to make. Sasha, Silky literally had to come back to live with her family and still is for a lack of money. So she should know better on how actions have power. Well, I hope she's not. I don't wish financial struggle on anyone, especially in this period. I heard that the government is doing something in the U.S. has passed kind of a law to allow people to postpone paying the rent because a lot of people had problems. So, this is not fucking joke. So I really don't wish financial struggle on anyone, especially if that leads them to being homeless or, God forbid, not being able to get medical care. The hauntedcraft.av. Top RPDR videos. Album? Anyone? Yes, that's a dream of mine, to make a parody album. The problem is that there's two of us and I am the one, doing 90% of the editing. Not because of a lack of engagement. It's just that I can do these kind of things. And there's just so much to be done. I have tons of ideas, tons of things that I would like to make. I never have the time. Owen Travis, you have won this week's challenge. Exploitation, the Rusical. Thank you. Marlon, if you frack. Great job. Thank you. Mario just released the album. We are thirsty for it. Well, I can tell you something. I will slowly have all the songs coming because I will not be... I will catch up on a lot of things. Yes, this is a little bit of an update that I wanted to give you guys. Since I will, with All-Star 6, I will be done with the chop, which means I have time to actually catch back on all the other videos that I wanted to make for the channel, including a couple of parodies, including a parodies with, special guests, like all of the people on Discord that want to participate, and maybe some new ideas, some new things, because I have a couple of ideas of things that might work if I can organize them to work. Then I have to find a new streaming software, something that will make a little bit more easy to integrate all of these things, including having guests, including phone calls, and of course buying a new computer and a microphone. So this is one thing that I wanted to actually, I should have announced it in the beginning, but I'm going to announce it again next time so everybody can get it. You know, I have been bitching for about 1 year, 1.5 years. It's almost 2 years that my computer is ancient, my computer is broken, my computer is slow, and everything else. And thanks to the support of the people on Patreon, the people from the Super Chat, and the ad revenue from YouTube, next month we will have enough to actually buy a proper desktop computer. That will make editing go like this. So that will make my work much more easy, much faster. And on top of that, from that moment on, everything that the channel makes can actually pay for my time, which is great. It's fantastic. So let's hope it goes well. Let's go it keeps rising up so that we can finally get at some point where I can actually do the channel part-time and I don't have to have 60 hours weeks of work. That would be a great thing. Now, let's move on to a couple of comments and then to the actual review for episode 11. Mario, my down payment for the album. Thank you so much for the super chat. Thank you so much. And if the album at some point comes out, it will be free. Of course. Of course. Since it's going to be a shit show, an amateur shit show, it's for free. Let's just have a collective laugh. Felicia, can you update us on the Patreon issues? Yes, of course I can. Patreon never answered back. The last email that we did the live stream with Vilma talking about all of the issues. Then this, I think I said the 2 live streams ago, we received one answer from Patreon telling us that they started a legal process without our authorization. So there is a legal term for what I sent to Patreon. I think the legal term is cease and desist, because I didn't authorize to start a legal process on my behalf. We never received any answer from that. That's why I always say things like, we still have a Patreon, because I don't know how long it's going to go. They didn't give me any answer. I don't know what happened. I don't know why it happened. Usually when these things go on, you receive an answer within 10 business working days. We didn't receive any answer. And this was not like phishing emails or other things. This is something that we received a message on our Patreon page. And then we moved to email and contact them on the address that they left on our Patreon page. So this is not bullshit. This is something that's happening. I don't know what the fuck is going on. I think it's extremely unprofessional from them to do this. And I only want to let you think for a moment. Imagine if I needed that to pay my rent. So now you know why I independently of if we ever reach a point that we make, tons of money, I will never stop working, because you cannot count on these companies. They just don't give a shit. You don't even get the bare minimum. So this is my update. That Allison, congratulations. Thank you. It was time we would get a fucking good machine. Of course, my keyboard on my laptop died again, but that's another story for another time. Now, let's move on to episode 11. Where are we? There we go. So in episode 11, we found out that Eureka actually won. It was a deserved win, in my opinion. The edit, of course, was in her favor, and it was the choice that made the most sense. Because, a top 5 and then eventually top 4 doesn't really sit well with me if a queen didn't compete for most of the season. Now, Silky did a great job in the lip syncs, but, to me, that doesn't really make up for a long season of challenges and occasionally mini advertisement, of course. So Eureka is back in the competition, and she celebrates with a mismatched confessional starring our favorite Time Lords, wavy hair Eureka on the left, and the There's Something About Mary version of Eureka. Now, wavy hair Eureka might not wavy hair Eureka. There's Something About Mary Eureka might actually be coming from this episode, because she makes numerous appearances during the whole episode, but we didn't have time to actually pimple confirm this claim, so you never know. Anyway, she is here to tell us that she's going to twirl her ass all the way to the end. And we are going to see about that, because by the end of this episode, she is going to get her first win. Does it mean something? Yes, it does. Yes, it does. But we're going to talk about it a little bit later. So it's a new day in the workroom. Eureka rejoined the group, and we finally find out where Pink Hair Trinity was coming from. Do you remember Pink Hair Trinity? She's been she's been having temporal incursions in like the last 5 or 6 episodes, pushing narratives, saying things that were convenient to the storyline. That's where she was coming from here. And in a way, I do understand this, dyeing of the hair, because it helps us, the viewer, understand all the fuckery that goes on with the confessionals. Of course, we're equipped to count pimples as well, but, it really helps us. So for the future queens, always do a little bit of something when you compete on Drag Race, so we can actually track what's going on. Now, it's also important that we find out where Pink Hair Trinity is coming from, because this tells us something interesting. Now, we know that during filming on Drag Race, we roughly have a confessional session for every episode that's actually being filmed. But on top of that, queens can be asked during a session about a ton of things that happened in previous episodes, just in case production needs to rewrite the record a little bit more. So this is confirmation of that, and let's not forget it for the future, because it's going to become important, especially in the next seasons of Drag Race. Now, in this episode, we also have a mini advertisement for Levi. The queens have to customize outfits to be Pride perfect. And let me tell you one thing. I'm not going to complain about this, because the mini advertisement was creative, it was fun, and this is the kind of shilling for advertisers that I actually like. Because listen, you need to make money, you need to have advertisement, so that's not the problem. But you don't have to compromise your product in order to shill for someone. Find creative ways to make it work and also be entertaining. So for me, this was perfectly fine. The queens did very well. Production integrated shilling for Levi in a very creative way. So I am not going to complain. I am satisfied with this, as long as it doesn't compromise the product. Like it happened, with the American Horror Story Maxi advertisement and with the shilling for Drag Tots. Where are we? Where are my notes? Oh, there we go. So Kylie is the winner of the mini advertisement. She wins a collection of clothes, but no advantage of any kind for the Maxi challenge, which is curious. Remember the time when the winner used to have like extra time during rehearsal, or, choose teammates and so on? Those times are long gone. Those times are long gone. Now, at this point, Ru also announces the Maxi Challenge. It's going to be a monologue, where the queens have to tell true story from their life as drag queens. And according to RuPaul, they will be judged on their ability to tell a story that gives them the feels and life. Feels and life, which I guess it's code for showing vulnerability while also being funny. Which, by the way, is incredibly difficult, because it's already hard to do comedy on its own. It's even harder when it's a monologue, so you don't even have, a back and forth with someone. But it also has to be emotionally investing. You need to create some form of intimate connection with the public, with the audience. about something that is personal, about something that it's intimate. So it's way, way harder than it looks. I was actually surprised that most of the queens did, reasonably well in this challenge. Nobody bombed. This is what I wanted to say. Nobody bombed. Some did better than others, but I was very surprised. Props to all of them. Props to all of them. So we moved to rehearsal with Alec and Jermaine. You might remember Alec from Snatch Game Season 2 and Jermaine from Secret Celebrity Drag Race. Do you remember my God. Do you remember Secret Celebrity Drag Race? You do? I don't. I couldn't make it past the first 10 minutes of episode 2. I watched episode 1 and thought, so and so. And then started episode 2 and said, no, I cannot do this. I know it's 4 episodes. It's not that huge of a commitment, but no. Oh, and by the way, RuPaul's Secret Celebrity Drag Race has been greenlit for a new season. Which I guess it's just a coincidence that RuPaul invited Jermaine. It happened by chance, like everything on this show happened by chance. So season 2. Maybe this time we'll have some kind of A-list celebrities, because last season we only had Vanessa Williams. And maybe the actual queens, the one that mentors the celebrities, will be the ones who actually do the celebrities' makeup, not like last season. And for your information, there's no way in hell I'm going to be watching that. But, if it's exceptionally bad, maybe I'll give it a shot. Who knows? Maybe we will cover it. We'll have to see about that. Vanessa, thank you so much for the super chat. Thank you so much. Didn't you want to leave a message with that? Well, leave a message after this. I will read it if you want to write it. Thank you so much for the support. Now, it's time to move to this damn rehearsal. And this is where most of the narratives will actually be pushed for this episode. Now, Kylie and Trinity generally received good feedback. Trinity gets told to take her time with her premise and her setup, and this doesn't really happen by chance, because timing issues will also be mentioned, curiously, in the critiques as well. Now, when it comes to Raja, this is something that I found quite interesting. Because Raja was welcomed by a train of bitch-facing both from Alec and from Jermaine. And if that wasn't enough, she also got two confessionals from Jermaine telling us that she's not doing a good job. And the feedback is, Raja is not doing a good job. She has to connect with the audience and be in her zone. Is this feedback to you? I mean, he's basically telling her what she has to achieve without really giving any kind of practical advice as how to get there. Like, for example, I don't know, take a little bit of a pause so that the audience has time to interact with you. Speak a little bit slower if you are doing a premise so that everybody can understand. No, there is none of this. There is just you have to get here. Then how you get there, that's your thing. That's your problem. That's your problem. Vanessa says, I'm just chilling and enjoying your live show. Thank you so much, and I'm happy you're entertained. Now, by the end of this, Raja, of course, will do amazing, but we need this specific segment to achieve 2 important purposes. The first one is that we have to somehow justify Eureka's win, because Raja did really well in the challenge. She did amazing in the runway. So if she didn't receive this kind of bad feedback, people would have started saying, you know what, she should have won. Eureka didn't really deserve that. And the second purpose here is to give her one last redemption arc before the big finale next week. Because yes, they go a little bit hard on Raja, but they are not shitting on Raja. They're just bringing her down a notch, to not make it too obvious. And on top of that, she's the only queen to receive 2 negative confessionals during her rehearsal. It's, of course, a coincidence as well. Signature note, welcome back. Even with her pause, she smashed it. I completely agree. Raja did amazing. Next up, we have Ginger. Now, Ginger's feedback is that her story sounds like writing, which it does, honestly. And of course, she has a negative confessional from Alec because Alec doesn't see her vulnerability and authenticity. Never forget that. Vulnerability. We have to see more vulnerability. I don't know. I think we are starting to see a little bit too much vulnerability. You know what I miss? Camp and stupidity. I want a little bit more of that. So, of course, this critique as well will be echoed later on in the critiques. Now, Ginger will not really rise to the top, like Raja, for example. If the challenge was worded in a slightly different way, she could have probably even won this whole thing, but her headed is going down, so everything needs to move accordingly, as we saw last episode already. In addition, Raja showed no vulnerability whatsoever, but had no feedback about it. I wonder why. Next up is Eureka, and Eureka's feedback is that she needs to find synonyms for the word shit. And she got one neutral confessional from Alec, because she gets told to go deeper. I'm sorry. I think they mean she needs to show more vulnerability. And of course, we have a self-confessional from Eureka herself in her incarnation, wavy hair Eureka, talking about her insecurities for the challenge. That Allison said, do you think Hinger's story was too... And I think I lost a piece of the comment. Allison, what were you saying? Wait for a moment. I'll get a little bit of liquid energy meanwhile. Do you think Ginger's story is true? It seems too cute. Well, I gotta be honest with you, okay? I had doubts about, all of these stories because you also have to think about it. This is a challenge to get to the top 4 of a season of All Stars on RuPaul's Drag Race, which means livelihood, which means, getting a huge fan base. So I am sure that one way or the other, all of them edited their story a little bit. That's inevitable. But, I would like to concentrate more on the feeling of authenticity that came from their actual performance rather than the real authenticity of it. Because at the end of the day, this is not a matter of life or death. So who cares? If their story uplifts someone, it's not really hurting anyone. Pedro Lucas de Oliveira. Thank you so much for the super chat. They be treating Ginger like Rosé this season. Yes, how the mighty has fallen. In 2 episodes. This all happened in 2 episodes. They are really, I don't know if they are trying to bullshit us. So to take, because, you see the kind of edit that Ginger had. Or if they really, changed their mind real quick near the end. Because the edit on Ginger has been terrible. Terrible. Episode 9 and episode 11 made her absolutely no favor. Absolutely no favor. So at this point, we are back in the workroom for a nice mirror moment for Trinity. So she's speaking to Kylie about the fact that some people are set in stone when it comes to the top 4. So if Eureka is going to win, then she's definitely going to go home. And the way this whole thing is edited, it's not really a good look on Trinity because it makes her look like she's kind of begging to Kylie. She's kind of pleading her case even before she's even in the bottom. And at the worst, maybe she's even trying to preemptively influence Kylie's judgment before the challenge before she's even acted the challenge. So it's not really a good look on Trinity. But I do understand why during the whole episode she kind of looked defeated. Because you have to understand one thing. All of these queens, they know about the representation spots in the top 4. So they know that there is one spot, possibly 2, for a queen of color. They know that there is surely one spot for a trans woman, which is only Kylie left. There is a spot for a big girl. So, when you compare them, Raja did extremely better than Trinity, and Ginger did extremely better than Eureka. So if Eureka wins, then Trinity is definitely going to go home, and she knows it. So I do understand the feeling of being defeated. I would have wished that she served nothing for the cameras, because it made her look calculating, in a way. And she's just, playing the game like everybody else. She's not killing anyone. So let's go to... Oh no, we also have something else. We have an instance of Ginger teleporting in order to agree with Raja. It's not here, it will be in the episode when I will actually have time to edit the video. In one moment, you see Ginger doing her makeup a split second after she's nodding to whatever Raja is saying. So make your own conclusions about that. Oh, and Travis, want to see queens be funny and enjoy themselves. I am tired of the show pushing to get Kylie to talk about being trans and transphobia when she obviously doesn't want to just be that. Yes, preach. I think she said that more than once on social media already. She's not just a representation spot. She's also a person. She's also an entertainer with fucking talent. So there's much more than that. But we are going for the lowest common denominator here. Mario, it sounded like Trinity understood that production would not send one of the other 3 girls home. Yeah, for me, completely. They all know, in my opinion, they all know which kind of game is being played there. And props to them, because they make it look as if they are kind of oblivious to that. If you know where to look, you actually understand that yes, they all know how the game is being played. But if you don't know, you can be easily fooled into not noticing any of that. So, I felt sorry for Trinity. I felt sorry. Yeah, it must be a shitty thing. And I would have wished that she would have left the race a little bit more gracefully. But, I don't blame her. She's probably tired. Imagine working like that for 3 weeks in a row. It's going to be exhausting. Not to mention the expectations, not to mention, what's going to happen on social media, what's going to happen to my career. Will I get something out of it? Will I pay the price of it? I mean, it really must be an unimaginable amount of stress. So I'm not sure I could take it. Gotta be honest. I'm not sure I could take it. So let's move on to the main challenge, shall we? Let's have a little bit of energy drink. A little bit of liquid energy before that. And a vape. Maybe a little bit of a vape. Okay, so let's move on to the main challenge. How are we going to judge this? Well, personally, I'm not even trying, because honestly, timing could have been artificially created during editing, so things might have been cut out to make the monologue not cohesive, to make it look kind of messy, or they could have cut out chunks to hide some mistakes or to make better timing. So, I have no idea how to honestly understand who performed better during actual filming. We'll just have to take this thing at face value. So, based on face value, we have Trinity with her story called Bamboozled, which is about catfishing, AIDS, and then a huge lick to RuPaul, calling her the guardian angel of both of them. And I am sorry, Trinity, but this was just cringe to me. I was like, come on. I mean, you gotta do what you gotta do. But if you cannot do it good, don't do it at all because it's going to look terrible. You know, we were both in front of the screen saying, no, please don't. Don't do that. Do you remember? Do you remember? The Rusical in season 6 when they come on and say, don't do it, don't do it. Oh God, no, this was bad. This was really bad. I'm sorry, I don't mean to disrespect Trinity. I don't mean to disrespect the issue. As a matter of fact, I talked multiple times about it. But as from an entertainment perspective, this was just bad. I didn't like it. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Trinity. It felt like cringe and it felt not genuine. I know it is genuine. Don't get me wrong. I know it is. But as a performance, it didn't come off as genuine. That's my point. Moving on to Kylie. Now, Kylie for me was so and so. She had a lot of fake laughs added in editing, which I don't think they even fit. At some point, the judges laugh out of nothing, and I'm like, yes, that's I don't know. Why is there a laugh there? I don't know. Because it's Kylie. We love Kylie. I agree. But those fake laughs, I could have used none of that. So Kylie, for me, came off as very genuine. But not very funny, which was half of the challenge. And of course, this was not an easy challenge, but for me, she didn't really do a good job. But she was genuine, which I do appreciate, because Lord knows they're playing this game a little bit too much at the end of this season. Then we have Ginger with My Ruby Slippers. No one laughs at Ginger. No one. The judges look bored continuously, even though she had some good jokes. Of course, I didn't find them funny because my humor is kind of fucked up, I guess. By this point, you know that. But they were genuinely funny. But no one laughs because we don't have to celebrate Ginger anymore. Now, on a side note, it did feel overacted. It didn't come off as genuine. I remember there is this moment in which she talks about dreaming of something, and she has this expression that it's clearly acted. And if the point of the challenge is to make it sound like we are having a normal conversation, like we are old pals, it didn't really come off as genuine. It was very professional from Trinity. I am sure that if she did this act in theater, she would have been perfect. But it didn't really fit the premise of the challenge. When I'm listening to it, I don't have to be like, oh yeah, sure. That's the problem with it. She didn't do bad. She did better than Kylie and Trinity. That is for sure. Then we have Raja with Bunny Tail, and I loved Raja. The problem is that at some point they didn't edit out a second of pause that she had. And based on that, that's the reason why she's not going to win this challenge, because of that pause. And I'm wondering how many other people had pauses cut out of their performance. Because we know that all of them, excluding Ginger, they're not really stand-up comedian. They're not really personality that can go on stage and have a monologue like nothing happens. I mean, for Ginger, that's what she does. That's what she's really good at. So I can understand that it comes natural to her. But all these other girls it's not really their main job doing this. So I can understand if they stumbled a little bit. But curiously, we only see Raja stumbling. Curiously. For me, she did great. The story was funny. It was really funny. It was told very well. It came off as genuine. And most of all, it didn't feel cheesy. Because that's the problem every time they talk about vulnerability on this show. It feels a little bit cheesy. I am all in for talking about difficult issues. I'm all in for opening up. I'm all in for creating role models that people can see them on TV and say, oh my God, this is not just me. This is surely important, but it doesn't have to come off as cheesy. I'm like, oh, please, no. I'm sorry, but, Raja did great. I was thoroughly entertained. So thank you, Raja, for this. And finally, we have Eureka. Eureka murdered everyone. Eureka did an incredible job. She did really, really good. She came off as genuine. She was funny. I was entertained. I don't know. I saw some moments in which you can tell that there was a little bit of a cut in between. I don't know if she stumbled upon her lines. I don't know if she forgot what she was saying or lost her train of thoughts. But I can see these moments. But, you know, basically everyone had them. Except Raja, because she had to look bad. But Eureka did great, so I'm not going to complain. I would be complaining if, for example, I don't know, Trinity was winning this challenge. But no, I'm not going to complain for Eureka. So, after this, we are going to move to the critiques. And what do we have in these critiques? Are they good? So and so. So and so. It was a little bit of bullshit. As usual. As usual. Tukia, I really have the feeling that they are going for a double crowning between Raja and Kylie, since the majority on Instagram and Twitter want them to win. Yes, we're going to talk about that at the end. We're going to talk about that. But spoiler alert, I am of the same opinion. So let's move on to the critiques. The runway category was Oops, I Did It Again, a fashionable fashion fail. Now, according to RuPaul, these queens are going to be judged on their ability to tell a story that gives them feels and life. As we're going to see, not everyone is held to these standards. So let's start with Trinity. To Trinity, they tell her that her story was filled with twists and turns. Her timing was a little bit off. She rushed through her story, and that made the judges a little bit nervous. Really nervous. And didn't get the audience time to laugh when they wanted to laugh. And I'm like, Carlson, did you have too much liquid energy maybe? Because that's the way I feel, nervous when people don't speak quickly, when I had a little bit too much energy drink because I'm hyperactive. So I don't know what happened to Carlson. But I can tell you one thing. Consume it responsibly. There's a ton of caffeine in there. Now, no mention of feels, of course, because otherwise, she has to be in the bottom. So we are not going to mention how she, the fact that she was vulnerable. For the runway, Michelle says the dress was beautiful, but wish her hoops were a little bit more obvious, without Trinity having, to turn around. And this is kind of curious, because the most obvious hoops of Eureka were in the back. As a matter of fact, I didn't notice a couple of things during the runway. I had to look a little bit closer for that. Moving on to Raja. Michelle says that her story was funny, but she stumbled in the beginning. Remember that pause? As if we didn't notice that, right? Carlson, of course, noticed those moments. She had to be more conversational, but, you have to understand one thing. We're not really here to shit on Raja. We just want to nudge her down a little bit so that Eureka can win this challenge, and it's not that obvious yet who is going to win All Stars 6. So, we're going to push Raja a little bit down. Not too much, just enough to say, it's anyone's game. And let's be honest, it's not anyone's game anymore. So, moving on to Raja's critiques. They tell her that they are not here for the story and the lines itself, really, but they're here for Raja because she is a superstar. And I'm like, this is the critiques, and you are telling her the story doesn't matter. I just want to have you there. Which, come on, they're not even trying at this point. For the outfit, they say it was gorgeous, which it was. She acted well on the runway. And conveniently, of course, Ru asked if she made the outfit, to which Raja has a chance to actually explain that not only she made that outfit, she made all of the outfits for her All-Stars run. And based on that alone, she's already a legend. I'm not going to deny that. But the fact that we are seeing all of these things It's kind of telling you in the subtext, who knows what's going to happen next episode. We'll have to see. We'll have to see. Now, for me, Raja should have won this challenge. Raja should have won. Based on performance, based on runway, Raja deserved it the most, based on what I've seen too. Moving on to Kylie. To Kylie, they say, Carlson, this is Carlson, she's a natural-born storyteller. Well, she was not bad, but that's a little bit of an exaggeration. Then she painted a picture that was well written and well told. I don't know. I would like to see the full performance because I saw a lot of cuts in there. Carlson was left wanting more. Me too. And she took a risk sitting down. This is not real. So, she took a risk sitting down, but it paid off. She dared to be vulnerable, and that was powerful, which is basically saying nothing. They are basically saying, Kylie, we love you, and that's it. So no real critiques for Kylie. Now, Michelle's heart was broken with Kylie's story about her mom trying to butch her up and put her in military school. And at this point, I'm thinking that's a good thing that Michelle wasn't around in season 2 when the producers allegedly knew already that Kylie was transitioning and asked her to not even mention it on the show. Allegedly, of course. This was very old tea, but personally I completely believe it because clout and drama was not a thing back in 2010. So, not to mention her crowdfunding to finance her transition back in the day that went vastly ignored by everyone. So, for me, that was the most heartbreaking part. And in a way, I hope that now you understand a little bit better why I feel such a strong emotional connection to this woman. I'm not going to, hide critiques behind it. She, when she performs bad, she performs bad. But for me, I feel a connection there because of all of this, because of the struggle. I relate to that very much so. Now, for the runway, they say it was really fun. She looked cute. And I don't know if I missed something, but where actually was the fashion fail in this? I don't know. Am I missing something? Did I stroke while watching this? I didn't see any fashion fail. I mean, I saw the corn dog, which was fucked up, and I loved it. But fashion fail, I was where that was the assignment. Where is it? So, based on all of this, Kylie didn't really do good for me. The storytelling was relatable, was personable. We don't say relatable anymore. But, the storytelling was not really great. The timing felt a little bit off. And, even with the help of editing. And I didn't understand the runway. Where is the fail? So, for me, she was, unfortunately, bottom worthy. That's just my opinion. Mario, the whole outfit was the fail. Oh my god. Oh, and Travis, Michelle critiques for Trinity is total bullshit. The whole point was that she was trying to hide the oops so no one would notice the dress didn't fit. Well, for me, it wasn't a problem. I liked Trinity's dress. You don't have to have, these things in plain view. Of course, if you do something more obvious, like Raja, for example, then, it becomes more immediate, but it doesn't have to be immediate. I would like a little bit of surprise halfway on the runway. That's not a problem for me. So, let's move on to Ginger Minj. And to Ginger, they say that her look was funny and she nailed the concept on the runway, which she did. That's an exact example of completely acting your concept on the runway. She had the best, in my opinion. The performance was excellent and, brace yourself, relatable. So in here, I'm going to insert a gif of Miss Relatable making... You remember when she made an impression of Scooby-Doo during a confessional in All Stars 5? From this moment on, every time the word relatable comes off, I'm going to play that. Every time. I will make like a short movie or something, and we will play it even during the live streams. So they continue that it was a sweet, kind, and lovely story, but it was so polished and perfect that it sounded fake. Now, I agree with that. I don't know if that was real or not, but I know what Carlson meant. And to me, it kind of felt overacted. Not necessarily fake, it felt overacted in a challenge in which you have to sound genuine. That was the problem. Not necessarily fake, but overacted. It's still a negative feedback, but in a different way. So I don't think that Carlson wording actually happened by chance. Because, do you remember Rosé? Just to, to quote a very recent example, do you remember what they used to tell Rosé at the very end of season 13? Oh, yes, but you are too professional. That's a problem. You need to be more personable. You need to be more relatable. You need to get your hands dirty a little bit. This kind of feels like the same exact critique. You are too professional, Ginger. Now that is a problem. This is when her headed shifts from being the one professional toward production to the professional, the style of editing. This is the exact shift that they do. And the moment they make this critique, for me, that's confirmation 100% that she will never, ever, ever win. Yeah, Michelle was texting. You're right, Black Manta. She was texting. She didn't give a shit. She was like, I'm ordering the food. Now, Ginger, she didn't do bad for me. I do agree that it did come off as overacting, but considering the challenge and the runway, to me, Ginger was a high. We don't actually have high, safe, and low. You're either the winner or you're in the bottom, but just between you and me. For me, she was high. And lastly, we have Eureka. Now, Eureka blew them away. She was vulnerable, the story was clear, she felt like having a good talk with a friend, it was very conversational, and I agree with all of that. Eureka absolutely killed it. And then they continue. It was a big risk, but she owned it and didn't back down from it, and that's why it worked. What the fuck does this mean? She took a risk? About what? She has to tell a funny story that's also makes her vulnerable, makes her vulnerability come off. So, and that was a risk? Well, whatever it is. She owned it. That's one of our favorite critiques. She owned it. Or, you did what you are supposed to be doing. This kind of bullshit critiques that we usually get. Now, I'm not complaining for Eureka. I'm happy that she's getting a win. Nobody needs it more than her. Everybody wants something. She won nothing. So, I'm happy for her. But, you owned it? I don't know. Now, Michelle couldn't take her eyes off of how beautiful she looked. For the runway, they say it really worked. With the sweat stain, the dress tucked in the granny panties. And it told the story head to toe. Now, I agree with all of that, especially the Cinderella coming back from the bathhouse, which is a terrible image and completely works with me. Yes, Eureka. Yes. That's the kind of fucked up humor that really resonates with me. Thumbs up. In a way, I wish she could have pushed it all the way. But this is not Dragula. So, speaking of Dragula, Season 4 is coming yes. Season 4 is coming soon. And I hope that I somehow find time to cover it. I don't think I even have a concept for covering Dragula, because it's not going to be something like The Chop. But why not? If it's funny, if we like it, why not? Why not? We'll see about that. So by the end of this, Eureka is the winner instead of Raja, which makes things a little bit interesting. Or does it? Because nobody's really buying that Eureka actually has a chance to win All Stars. So let's move on to the workroom again for deliberation. Now, nothing really... one moment. I missed the comments. I remember that I'm missing the comments. Mario, the whole outfit was the fail. Oh, yes, I read this one about Kai. Lysander, it would be that she's selling corn dogs and she got ketchup and mustard on her outfit accidentally. Oh, about Kylie's outfit. Well, that did it work for you? That didn't really work for me. No, that didn't work for me. Fantasia, what's going on in this chat? What's happening? People having strong opinions. Yeah, that's what happens when I start talking and I miss. What's happening in the chat? People, don't be hard-headed. Don't be hard-headed. It's okay. Landerito, Eureka did the same kind of story that Jada did in season 12, but the difference is that Eureka was going to win and Jada was supposed to be in the bottom. Oh, yes. Yes. I think I actually made a kind of very, very fucked up parody of that. It's somewhere on the internet. Tukia, Eureka's only challenge was to find a synonym for shit. Okay, shit. Fantasia, are you still on Zoom? No, I'm not. Pedro Willem said on Roscoe's that Eureka's original idea for the fashion fail was the Courtney Act 1 on Big Brother, but production didn't allow it because of, well, Courtney Act. Really? What was... because I didn't watch the Celebrity Big Brother, the one that actually Courtney wins. So what was that? Because you're telling me something new. A signature note. I had some honesty about Kylie and the girls that enjoy C+ work tried it. Enjoy C+ work? I don't think I'm getting it. I don't think I'm getting it. But it's okay to have strong opinions. Just, it's a chat, so people don't... it's difficult to get the tone of the whole thing, because I read Kylie to filth, but at the end of the day, that I love her, but, it's okay to have strong opinions. It's not the opinions that you have. It's the way, you share them. Mario, what's C+? It's a programming language. Okay, so where are we going on? Yes, are we going on? So let's go back to the workroom for deliberation. Now, nothing really interesting happens in here, except for Trinity desperately trying to squeeze a tear without success twice. And, it's no secret that I kind of stopped enjoying Trinity on the show. I mean, in a way, I'm happy that she went home because she was way too overproduced and the editing was really putting a magnifying lens on her. And on Ginger as well. So as a working person, I respect the hell out of her. You have to do everything in your power to get the job done. But as a viewer, I was kind of bored. I cringed a lot. And, the edit was kind enough to show all of that and possibly even cut out the most authentic moments. Because after all, you have to understand, she's going home now. So even if she did have genuinely authentic moments to connect, if they were there, they didn't make the final cut. What we did have was this, and it was not good. So, and Tyler, you could see her tuck. Pedro, her dress fell and showed her. Oh, yes, I remember now. I remember. Yes, I saw it on YouTube. The Courtney actress. Thank you. Vanessa, it's true. Willem said that. I believe it. I'm not questioning it. Signature note. You read Kylie when? Well, I don't read her, but, I'm critiquing her a lot. I don't read Kylie. I misworded myself. Watermelon. Last episode I felt like anyone could win, but now I only see Raja as the front runner. Yeah, me too. I cannot unsee it. That's the problem. I cannot unsee it. So let's move back to the main stage for the lip sync. And the lip sync assassin is Jada Essence Hall. The essence of beauty. Fucking Jada Essence Hall. They brought her back. You know that I've been cheering up every time they said, and the secret lip sync assassin is, and it's a Jada, and it was never Jada. It was never fucking Jada. So, I'm like, yes. Thank God, yes. So I'm very happy to see Jada again. She is a gold mine of entertainment. She is a beautiful queen. She is personable. She is genuine. She doesn't bullshit anyone. She's professional. She manages to be stunning and still give out that weirdo vibe. That kind of person that might live next to you and you talk to every single day. I just love Jada. She is one of my favorite queen in a long time. Not favorite queen, favorite winner. I don't remember. I actually do remember. The last time I was cheering up for a possible winner as much as Jada was back in season 6 with Bianca Del Rio. That's how long has that been. And they are not using her. She should be everywhere. Can we fucking have Jada's Drag Race? Or Jada's Celebrity Drag Race. That I would watch. Put Jada on the secret Celebrity Drag Race and I'm going to watch all of it. I'm even going to review it. I'm even going to sponsor it. So yes, Jada is back. The problem is, you know how they usually have a little bit of a chit-chat with the lip sync assassin, like, oh, it's so nice to have you back, what have you been doing, how are you, and blah, blah, blah. Everything that Jada is allowed to say is, and I'm not shitting you, is, hey. That's everything she says. So you fucking bring back Jada Essence Hall, and all you let her say is, hey. But there is a reason for that. Of course, there is a reason for that. So, at this point, I already have a bad feeling about this. Also because if Eureka somehow doesn't win the lip sync, who is going to get the $20,000? Are they going to donate them? Or is there a rule that we don't know about yet? Like it happened before. Nobody knows, but I'm feeling very conflicted. I'm happy that Jada is there, but the fact that they didn't let her say anything, it's telling me, okay, best case scenario, it's going to be a double win, or they have the audacity to make her lose. So this lip sync was a little bit spoiled for me in the very beginning. Nevertheless, it was an okay lip sync. Jada was incredible, of course. Of course, she gave everything. She gave camp, she gave soul, she gave rock and roll. She is a queen amongst queens. There is no doubt about that. She is goddess incarnate, and I will not accept any kind of criticism on that. Unfortunately, Jada didn't get much camera time, did she? Because I couldn't see most of her performance because, the camera was continuously pointed on Eureka, desperately trying to convince me that Eureka was doing a good job. Including a confessional from Ginger praising Eureka's rolling on the floor as groundbreaking and then making a bad joke about it. And while Eureka in this season of All Stars, and it's no secret, she surprised me with an incredible growth professionally, personally, inside and outside of the show. For me, the truth here is that, she was not connected to the song at all. Her lip sync was not catastrophic. But it was bad. It was objectively bad. She didn't deserve to win at all. Plus, I don't know what the fuck she's wearing or why. Can anyone help with that? That if you know better, I'm going to read the comments now. So if you know any better, please let me know, because I genuinely have no idea what the fuck she was going for. Luis Felipe, Simone and RuPaul were on Jimmy Kimmel this week. I wonder why Jada didn't get that. They did not. They did not. My God. The disrespect. The disrespect. Oh, and Travis. They didn't even let Jada say, "Look over there." Ru said it after the lip sync. Oh, yes. Yes. I don't know what's their problem with Jada. Do you think they might not like her? I mean, maybe she strikes me like the kind of person who will be like, yes, I am willing to be professional, but don't try to make me feed too much bullshit to the audience, because I'm not okay for that. And while I respect that very much, I also understand that in that kind of working environment, maybe it's not going to do you very good. I don't know. Johnny Boy Toy, Eureka was clearly the winner. I'm going to mute you for 20 minutes. No, of course I'm not. Don't worry. Blazing, I've noticed that over the few live streams. What? I don't know what that means. Nightmare. I knew you would gag for Jada. Eureka won by doing the Latrice roll on the floor. Oh, come on. Jada won. It's not a matter of opinion, it's a matter of fact. Clearly, it's a matter of fact. Luis Felipe, nothing represents Jada more than her moment during the Dragon Drive with Violet when she offers her vodka or tequila, looking beautiful while doing so. She's a lady. She's a queen among queens. There is no doubt about that. And on top of that, she's also reigning 2 years in a row. No shade to Simone, of course. Probably get a third. We're going to see about that. So after the lip sync, where am I? Where are my notes? Good God, it's 1:10 in the morning. I'm completely baked. Is bake? Oh no, baked means something else. I'm not baked. I'm half destroyed. This week I learned that baked doesn't mean what I thought it meant. So I'm trying to, it doesn't mean what I thought it meant. You know what's funny? That when you hear someone speak another language, kind of a little bit quicker, with maybe even an acceptable pronunciation and so on, you think they understand everything that they're saying. It gives you that impression. In reality, sometimes I realize that I use words that just pop in my mind, and I have no idea what the fuck they mean. Ho and Travis, Ru is probably better than Shitty got exposed, then Gigi was disliked and irresponsible online, and even though she was favored in the show, and Crystal Mullet couldn't win because she didn't do well. So I don't think honestly, I don't think Ru cares anymore. Apart, from people who disrespect her or don't celebrate her enough, or, maybe they're not very professional or appreciative of the chance they get by being part of the Drag Race franchise. But other than that, I don't think she cares anymore. She is a multimillionaire. She bought, that fantastic villa. She is living her best life. She couldn't be bothered by this peasants thing. You know what I mean? Oh, and Travis, she had to crown Jada. Just for your information, I love Jada and she deserved the win 100%. Don't worry, I take no offense because when we did the reviews for season 12, I kept saying they're going to crown Gigi. They are going to crown Gigi. It was a mantra until the whole thing went completely downhill. So I was surprised as well that she won. Like, delighted that she won. I didn't expect that. I didn't expect that at all. So, where are we? Oh, we're here. So, Eureka and Jada are both the winner. It's a non-double elimination, as a final shocker, of course, and only Trinity goes home. Have you realized the fact that every time we had a double win, we never had a double elimination? By this point, you know that whenever there is a double win, it will never be a double elimination. Double elimination means that you have one episode less. So you will have to cope with that and understand that these shows are ordered by the network in a certain numbers. Like I want, I don't know, season 7 of All Stars, and I want 12 episodes of that. You have to deliver those 12 episodes. What if you're left with a contestant that goes home and you're left with one episode left? What are you going to do then? So, you know, it kind of it kind of ruins the surprise. They could have just, said, Jada, you won, but the 20K has to go to someone. So, you know what, Eureka, you deserved it. You won the Lallaparuza, Extravaganza, SmackDown, whatever it was. So here's 20K. And great job. I would have been okay with it. I don't see any problem. So Trinity goes home. She is out of the race. And at this point, I think we can all agree that we clearly have a winner, or maybe two of them. So let's discuss actually why, apart from the online voting. I didn't have time to actually take any screenshot, but, basically almost no one voted for Eureka and Ginger. So Ginger was royally thrown under the bus since episode 9. So unless they are really desperately trying to deceive us, which I don't think, at this point our chances to ever win, to me, are completely gone. If they're going to do like a final lip sync SmackDown like they do for the normal season, I don't honestly think that she will even pass the first round. That's just how bad her edit went completely downhill. Not in villain territory, but completely dismissed her as a competitor and as a likable character. Now, Eureka didn't perform well enough or get enough recognition to actually stand a chance against the other two, Kylie or Raja. Now, Kylie for me would be a fantastic choice. I agree, she doesn't really deserve it. I agree, especially compared to Raja's performance. But, this competition, in quotes, stopped being a competition a long time ago. Now it's more like an entertaining showcase of talent. So, in a way, I wouldn't mind if Kylie would win because, at this, yes, Raja has been doing well, but if the edit wanted to hide all of that, it would have been hidden. If the producers wanted Raja to do bad, she would have been in the bottom multiple times, because you know how the critiques are. That's why we actually review them. So you have to understand, it's a competition, it's more a showcase of talent. It's a game show after all. So I am at peace with that. And although I think that Raja had an incredible run, I would be okay with Kylie winning. I would be completely okay with that. And at the end of the day, Raja got a final mini redemption in this episode. Rehearsal, she done very bad, confirmed by confessionals, but the performance was very good. Runway was incredible. She also had a chance to tell everyone about her seamstress abilities, which I believe makes her run even more impressive. Now, Raja has a perfect redemption for a perfect redemption season. Personally, I have no doubt that she is our winner. So I'm going to tell them, great job, everyone. I'm going to tell a great job to everyone, but I don't think any of those queens actually stand a chance against Raja. I think the edit tells a pretty compelling story already. If anything, and they have the money to do so, maybe we're going to get a double crowning that would be gaggy with Raja and Kylie. It would just make everyone happy. And I think, having Kylie there would be a wonderful example. A wonderful human example. We need more of that. So since, Drag Race is rigged anyway, there's a ton of proof of all of that. So, if you gotta rig it, at least rig it for a good cause. I don't know if any of you agree with me, but that's what I believe. So that was it for this episode. Now, before we move to our Kiki times and comments and whatever happens, I would say let's take a pause and smoke a cigarette. What do you think? Mario, they have to give the crown to Ginger, otherwise she has to be on the next 3 All-Stars. I don't think they're going to recognize Ginger, unless this is a very, very elaborated ruse. A very elaborated edit to kind of confuse us, which could be. It could be. I would find it strange. I would be very surprised if it turns out that Ginger actually ends up winning all of this. But based on the edit and based on what they do, no chance in hell anymore. No chance in hell. Tukia, big girls are always going to be runner-ups. I think that they have plans for another future big girl to actually win. So I don't know who she could be. Fantasia, you frack it well. Thank you, you frack it well too. The problem is that none of us has a little bit of land. So I don't know who is going to be, but I don't think any big girl. We're not going to have a big girl anymore. I don't think so. Unless they really go for a double crowning, but instead of Kylie, they put Ginger in there. It makes no sense. With her headed going so bad, it makes no sense. And yes, quadruple X and followed by triple X. Ginger already won 65k. Yes, let's not forget that. That's a hell of a consolation prize. Okay, so let's go to smoke. I'm almost finished preparing my cigarette. There we go. And I'll see you back in 5 minutes. And we made it! We finally made it! Through the review. I'm sorry this didn't live up to par with my usual reviews, but literally we made all of this in a day and a half. Which, I don't know if it sounds to you like a lot of time, but I can assure you, it was really a lot of stuff together. So I hope next week it's going to be better already. And possibly next week, I think it's going to be the last episode. They're going to crown someone, unless they also make a reunion episode. In a way, I hope they will. I hope they will. Fantasia, I am rooting for Raja. Kylie would be fine too. I agree. I agree. I mean, you saw the edit, and the edit really let Raja shine. Plus, it would be a beautiful example of showing how a person can mature over time and hone her mistakes instead of, of sweeping them under the rug and pretend like nothing happened. And I think it's a great example to give, because you can grow from your mistakes. Actually, that's how you grow. That's your golden road to growth. So I think she would be a great example. And at this point, I gotta be honest with you, I still, yes, get a little bit triggered, a little bit upset, not triggered, upset. I get a little bit upset when people's talents don't get recognized on Drag Race, like it happened with Denali, for example. But I also understand the social impact of this show and the importance of, giving light to these stories. So, in a way, yes. It would be fine for me. It would be really fine for me. XXX says, this question is for you. Who do you guys think will be the most successful as a winner? Tell the truth and not favoritism. You mean out of the Queens of All Stars? Or in general, of the last winners? Because of the last winners, I think no one, the last very, very successful queen that we had, I think was Bob. Because when Trixie actually won All Stars, she basically was already very successful. She was already, she had a huge platform. She had a ton of things going on. Some even go as far as arguing that Trixie won because she was already successful. And some queens even admitted of being scared of voting Trixie off because of the possibility of social media backlash. So, I think the last seriously successful queen who won Drag Race was Bob. She had she was, I mean, no contest, the most successful out of all of them for me. Eileen, they are asking, who do you think would do the most with the crown? That's an interesting question. For me, it's going to be Kylie. For me, she has really the possibility of doing the most. Also because, don't forget, she had that thing going on with, what's her name? Miley Cyrus. They performed together, and it looks like Miley has become Kylie's drag daughter. And don't forget the power of association. That can really bring serious highs to Kylie. And she could be an incredible spokesperson. But one thing that I don't really see from queens. Some of them do, mostly occasionally, but I don't really see queens seriously invested in bringing change. And it's not that they don't do things. It's not that they do nothing, because they do something. But what I mean by that is that I don't see queens, for example, starting to organize a little bit of something, maybe with an association, a non-profit association, in order to actually write some things in laws, like, for example, the accessibility of psychological intervention for people who are considering transitioning, or being medically backed up. If after they go through this period and they realize, what, yes, I am a trans man, I am a trans woman, and I don't feel in my body, I need surgery. It's not an accessory. It's not something that, I want it. It's something that you need. So, I would like to see something like that. Something like, in fact, I'm all in for bringing awareness. I'm all in for trying to bring change by simply talking a little bit on your social media platform, but I would like to see some serious political action or some serious commitment to awareness, like bringing, for example, in an age of today, a series of videos dissecting these issues properly. Because we have many issues going on, from the social media's overreactions, for example, to the fact that people don't understand how to communicate. Seemingly, they don't understand how to communicate online anymore. It looks like you cannot even, opinions are taken as attacks, as hate speech, and so on and so forth. I would like series like this, talking about really dissecting them. With precision, with guests, not any guests, not, another queen. Yes, another queen is okay if it makes it, it contributes and so on. With professionals, I would like to see a little bit of this, more commitment in this direction, because this is something that as a society we are going to really need. Social media activism can only go this far. If you want to go to the next step, you have to go political, seriously political. So, out of all of them, I think Kylie has the best chance. Sorry, I missed a ton of comments while I was leading all of this. Will Chanel win All Stars 7 and should she have been the runner-up instead of Raven? Oh no, absolutely not. Don't forget, during the last Secret Celebrity Drag Race, Chanel was scheduled to appear, and she didn't. And I think she also did someone's makeup. She was very vocal on social media about it. Unfortunately, I don't have receipts for that, but if you do a Google search, you will find it, because it was covered on Reddit. I think even in the main subreddit. Owen, Power of Association gave Raja a big boost to winning season 3 with the whole Tyra Banks Americans Next Top Models thing. Yes, it definitely did. Also, I think Raja back in the day was already friends with RuPaul. So that, maybe will have something to do with it. XXX, this is kind of a spoiler, sorry. No, I'm not going to read that. We don't do spoilers on here. Owen, I could see Peppermint bringing serious change if she won, but I fear the show won't let her on. I think if Kylie will not win, that will definitely open the doors to Peppermint win. I have no doubt about that. At some point, one of the two has to be crowned. It's not only, in a way, the right thing to do, it's also a political move for the network. You know how much they love to look so invested in, social issues and so on, showing it, of course. But it would still be a hell of a chance for one of those queens. That Allison, imagine RuPaul allowing anybody to stand up for trans rights and medical intervention. Don't even get me started on that. And I shit a lot on RuPaul. We make parodies on RuPaul. I'm always there saying, oh, she doesn't remember the names. Oh, maybe we shit a lot on RuPaul. The reality is she is a businessman. I don't think at her age she really cares anymore. And frankly, in a way, she has kind of done enough. It's not like she sat there and just collected the money. She worked her ass off. She got a show. The show has an incredible impact. She could do still some more. I think there is no doubt with that, without going necessarily through huge commitments, okay? I think she could do a little bit more. I was not impressed by the fact that she deactivated her social media when the Black Lives Matter movement actually took off last year. I was not impressed by that in the slightest. That is something that I have been critical and I will continue to be critical of. When you are at that point in your career, when you are that famous, when you have that kind of platform, you don't have to do, impressive things. You don't have to do things. But, you earn in an hour what, the average of all of us earn in a year, which is a huge privilege. I would like a little bit of something in exchange, because we as a fans are the ones who bring you the kind of clout that you can use to be paid millions of dollars. So, I'm not saying I have to tell you how to behave or how to do your job, but let's find a middle way. Give me a little bit of something. Lysander, if you add all the money in the world, what would you like to improve on the channel? Well, I don't need all the money in the world for that. But what I would definitely like would be an editor that could do all the editing things, because those are sometimes editing is fun when you are, doing parodies or doing something unexpected. Also, editing in Photoshop can be fun, but it takes a huge amount of time that in the end it takes away from your creativity. And I'm not the most creative person in the world, but I have a ton of ideas that I would like to, to at least try on the channel. Maybe people will like it, maybe people don't, but for me it would be fun to, at least do them once. Like, I always wanted to make at least one music parodies. Then I started to make others, and some are half done, some are half baked, because I don't have time to do it. But, as long as some people have fun doing it, I would like to have more time to do that. I would like, I'm not sure if I would like to to take the channel as a job, as a whole job, because when you commit 100% to that, you also lose a little bit of something that comes from, the job that you do in your everyday life, which for me is fulfilling. So I don't know, maybe I would get a little bit lost, but I would definitely hire someone, have a little bit of a team of people, like a couple of people who can manage all the different aspects that are more the repetitive part of creating content for the channel. I would like to focus more on the creative things. That I would like. And I would branch off, definitely, and do all of the things that I ask other people to do because they have more money and more clout than me. Like, I would definitely open a non-profit association and start at least trying to move some things along. I'm not sure how successful it would be, because these are difficult things. Politics are very convoluted. But, at least I would like to look back and say, I give it my best shot. Then it didn't work, but at least I gave it my best shot. Tokia, I think Peppermint even said she never got an invitation to come back. Yes, but things are starting to finally change in that direction. They invited Gottmik for season 13, then we had Kylie for All Star 7. So I think if Peppermint doesn't have some kind of clause in some other contracts that she cannot legally appear, because there is the exclusivity period. That is something that is standard in all the entertainment industry. It's not just Drag Race. So I think that if her contract allows it, she would be invited back. It would be extremely stupid not to invite back a queen like Peppermint. Vitriol Vic, why are we talking about Peppermint when she lost already? Vitriol Vic, vitriolic as usual. That's why we like you. Wait a moment. Chat skipped again. Eli, we need more unique songs as lip syncs. I'm tired of only pop songs. Yeah, but this is a mainstream show. And I think it might have even reached the... No, that's not possible. Sorry, I was going to say that maybe they get paid for featuring some songs. If they're very, very new songs that, they're still, the music company is still doing the campaign for the song and the artist, maybe yes. But for songs that are already a couple of years old, no, you have to pay for that. So I think they do it for a matter of recognition. It's just that people know the songs. Jason, this season had some of the worst lip syncs for sure. I didn't like some of them, but I don't think it was as bad as season 13. Come on, the lip syncs on All Star 6 were good. On average, they were good. I mean, that Laganja lip sync alone, that's going to cover for 4 shitty lip syncs. Alone. Kim Slice, favorite lip syncs. Trinity versus Laganja at the same level of Alyssa Edwards versus Tatiana. Those are my very, very, very favorite lip syncs by both contestants. Blazing Bard, I would love some Eurovision songs. Apparently a lot of people don't even know about Eurovision. I am one of those people. I found out I think when I met my partner, he was a follower, a strong aficionado of that competition. So, XXXX, Bob said that she's tired of queens coming back for their 3rd time to the competition, and she said they didn't invite or call Peppermint to come back at all. And Bob was mad, and rightfully so. And rightfully so. Frankly, I think I said this before. I'm kind of tired of that as well. I would like to see queens who didn't get a second chance yet. But I think this Redemption All-Star season, I think it was a huge experiment done by World of Wonder to see how we would react to something like that. Because I don't think they are oblivious to the fact that a ton of people in the fandom actually want redemption seasons. They want to see people who were dismissed as being unprofessional or not competitive enough or not good enough, and see them after 7, 8, 10 years, see the change, see the growth, and that would be entertaining to them. So I think if they had to experiment on something, it's best to experiment on All Stars because, that's on the streaming platform. Less people are going to pay to see it. Not on VH1. That's, the established main show. That has, to be kind of rigorous. Always the same. Very edited, very produced. And you don't change something that works already. So if you want to experiment a little bit, you're going to experiment in All Stars. So I think this season of All Stars was a huge experiment. And I hope that when All-Star 7 comes along, we are going to see more queens from earlier seasons. Queens that I've been dying to see for a long, long time. So, of course, it's not going to be Darian Lake. It's not going to be Jocelyn Fox. Because it's never Darian Lake or Jocelyn Fox. But, at least give me back Jade from Season 1. I would already be at peace with that. Drago! Hey Drago, welcome! Kim Slice, she works her butt off, though getting all the way when Ru chose Eureka. Oh, we're talking about the Resident Queen. Video, come on, don't insult Silky that way. It's not nice. It's not nice, and it takes away from the possibility of being open about criticizing the things that don't work while always being kind of respectful. So please say, I get it that it's your thing. I get it. But please, come on. A little bit. We are not on the Discord. We are still on YouTube, which means people might be coming here for the first time and have no idea what we do, what's going on. So let's keep it on the Discord, when we are more of the intimate ones, when we know each other a little bit more. Kim Slice, everyone happy with Eureka winning over Silky? I'm kind of happy with it. That Allison, we keep it cute? Yes, we try to keep it a little bit cute. A little bit cute. Come on. We're still on YouTube. So, let's get a little bit of liquid energy. Good God, it's almost 2 in the morning. I don't like doing this double reviews. It really wears me down. And I don't have a chance to actually cover everything, while we talk, and then I get things that, I wanted to say that, but then I lost it. Black Manta, I don't think anyone who was eliminated should get the crown, because it takes away from the competition, which I think should be the main factor. I agree with that, but Eureka never really lost any episode. She competed in all the episodes, if anything. Sorry, she competed even more than the rest of the top 4 because she went through the lip sync SmackDown. So, if it was somebody else, I would completely agree with you. But Eureka was really a safe bet to bring back. Felicia, Nicole Paige Brooks from Atlanta, Georgia will satisfy me. Yes, I would like Nicole as well. I'm not sure how nice the editors would be because, she's a more mature queen. But, the problem with All Stars, it's always the same. I don't think eliminations really work on All Stars. I think they really deter from the entertainment value of it. I wouldn't go as far as bringing 13 or 14 queens. That's too many. But you can even bring 8 queens, and do 8 episodes without eliminating anyone. I think they would actually get more people tuning in. Because if you like one queen, you want to see her. So I think that they need to change the formula of All Stars a little bit. Also, let's face it, the queens are not really using their power of elimination to really surprise anyone anymore. They are scared of the edit, they're scared of the backlash. We can forget the times of Naomi Small when she sent home Manila. That's never going to happen again. So I think it's time to change the formula. But if we're starting to get redemption All-Stars, that's already a step in the good direction. So I'm already happy with that. Drago, I need Miss Kasha Davis on All Stars. I don't think Drag Race deserves Miss Kasha Davis, but that's just my opinion. Pedro, do you think Adore, Coco, or Tati will come back for All Star 7? Well, Adore said that she was asked to compete on All Star 6, but she wasn't allowed to perform, I think, her talent, if I remember correctly, because she had something in mind that was not considered safe from the production point of view. So she said that she wouldn't do it. It wouldn't put her in the right headspace. So it's possible that we could get Adore for All Star 7. Again, Queen coming back from All Stars after already competing in a season of All Stars that was not All Stars 1. All Stars 1, yes, I can understand, because it looked like a last minute thing, Like they were like, okay, we need to crown Chad. So let's make this thing All Stars. And then they forgot about it for like 4 years. So I'm not sure I would want Adore, Coco, or Tati to come back. Not yet. The one that I would be looking, that I've been waiting the most of all of them would be Tati for sure. I was heartbroken when she was sent home twice in All Stars 2. But I also rejoice in the fact that a lot of people responded to her perceived unfair elimination, and she got a huge platform because of that. But I would like to see her more on the show. Yeah, that definitely. Sasha, did you see that Gigi came out today? I'm so happy. Came out? Oh. Wait a moment. Gigi who? Gigi Good came out as what? I'm sorry, I'm a little bit disconnected from social media. Everything I know about social media is that half an hour a week that I spend on Twitter and whatever is posted on Reddit when I remember to follow Reddit. Or what's posted on the Discord. That's as far as it goes. Blazing Bard, who do you think from the blacklisted queens would smash All Stars? Courtney Act. No contest. Courtney Act. Pedro, since Ginger coming back was a way of production to apologize for forcing her to do All Stars 2, like these queens that were screwed up by production, I don't believe they would force anyone on All Stars. It's not in their best interest. It's not in the queen's best interest. Imagine if a queen would come out and say, I was forced to do All Stars. That's why I looked unmotivated. That's why I looked like... It's just a terrible way of doing media relations. It's a bad look. That's why I think they don't do it. It's much easier to just cast someone else than going through all that legal process, if it's even enforceable, only to end up with bad publicity. I don't think so. But they did do Ginger a little bit dirty in All Stars 2. Now, All Stars 2 was, not an easy season to compete in. And Ginger didn't have a storyline at the time, which, plays a huge role. Jason Coaster, I want to see Jocelyn or April again. People have been asking for April Carry On since, I think, season 7. And it was never April. But yes, it would be nice to see April again. It would be really nice. Jocelyn, she has been a little bit too real on social media, and that never plays well. You cannot... I mean, she went online. I love her for that. I love her. But she went online and called the bullshit PR that World of Wonder was doing when people were not receiving Candy Muse very well on social media. World of Wonder came out with all this thing, or if you insult someone, you're not a fan, so on and so forth, which felt really disingenuous because Candy was going to reach the top 2, sorry. She had a redempted villain edit, so it was convenient to the plot to protect her, and conveniently, when Utica was eaten alive on social media, they all shut the fuck up. And Jocelyn saw through all of this in the very beginning and called them out and simply say, well, it's funny to hear you say that when you are the people who invented these kind of things. And when you say things like that, you are a legend. That is where you are a legend. But they're not going to bring you back for All Stars because of that. No. Sasha, yes, Gigi Good as a trans non-binary. Didn't she come out on the show already? Because I remember a moment in which she said, I'm fluid. So, I don't know, maybe I missed something in between. Oh, as a non-binary trans woman. Oh, well, good for her. Good for her. Good for her. I hope she finds happiness. My name is unimportant. If someone is truly a winner, they would win on their first or second time. Third or fourth time is just too much. Sorry. Well, winning is not just about talent. There are a lot of things that have to work all together for you to win. Talent is only one part of the story. Then you have to play the game well. You have to happen to be in a season in which you are actually one of the best choices compared to everybody else who is competing. You also need to happen in the right timing. So there are a lot of factors that join in to actually decide if someone is going to win or not win. So for me, it's not a matter of, okay, it's the fourth time, you don't deserve to win. No. But from an entertainment perspective, I don't want to see all the same people all of the time. You know, at this point, we have almost 200 queens from the Drag Race U.S. franchise alone. Let me see someone else, you know? Give a little bit to everyone. Now, I'm not saying that we are going to see Tammy Brown again, because they are not going to do that mistake. But, you know, it would be nice. Jason, wonk wonk. I taught that to my mother. Sometimes she does that. And she doesn't even know. Black Manta Ginger was in 3 seasons? Yes. Season 7, All Stars 2, and All Stars 6. And that's where she should have won, actually, on Season 7. Unfortunately, they didn't really dare to do it. But when you look back at Season 7, I think she was the most well-rounded of the top 3 that they had at the time. Without any doubt. It was a missed opportunity, and you can never make up for that. You have to take opportunities when you have them. You know, it's like when they did the double crowning in All Stars 4. Now, no shade to Monet, okay? But they had a chance to actually have a queen of color in the Hall of Fame in All Stars 3. Somebody that everyone was on board, that did an incredible job, that was professional, that deserved it, and that queen was Shangela. And they kind of passed on the opportunity because of some gimmick bullshit that looks like they completely lost control over. And then they kind of had to make up for it because people they were complaining on social media because it was the moment in which Shea Coulee, after 4 wins in season 9, didn't even make it to top 2. And people were already like, okay, yes, Sasha did incredible, so of course it went the way it went. But then we also have this thing with Shangela, so I'm starting to call bullshit. This Hall of Fame is looking a little bit too Aryan in my taste. You know, and people complained. And you would see this post all over the internet. So they had to do something about it. And that's how you got, like, this double crowning thing in All Stars 4. Which, I mean, no shade to anyone, but felt a little bit like a stretch. So you have to take your opportunities when you have them. Blazing Bard, honestly, give Candy Ho a chance. Her Instagram is fabulous. Poor Candy. But you know, she became a meme in her own right. It just didn't develop as massive and quick as it should have been. And she would have gotten a lot of clout and a lot of money from that. I think we are basically one of, maybe even the only channel that used the term Candy Hoed when they edit you out of a season. You know, more people should use it. It would help Candy. Kim Slice, no, not Candy Muse, Candy Ho from season 7. Pedro, rumor says that the artist FKA, formerly known as Tyra James, was asked to be on a probably all winners season. I think because this thing of the all winners season, it's a rumor that's been going on for a long time. And wasn't it announced at some point? Or was that still a rumor? Because at this point, it's been going on for so long that I tend to believe that they probably made something like that. I think I saw something like that. Or am I stroking over here? But the point is, you're not going to get many queens. If you expect Bianca Del Rio to ever come, you can forget about that. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. Drago, they wanted a young, hip queen that the younger people would relate to. Michelle Visage said it. That's why Fashion Queen, who deserved bottom two in a lot of times, were being saved. Oh yeah, the young and talented is actually one of the category of the regular season top 4. It's been for a long, long time. I think it was established with Adore Delano back in season 6. It was an incredibly lucrative experiment. Adore, I mean. If the former lawsuit, the numbers on the former lawsuit tell you anything. My name is unimportant. Kennedy should have been top 3 on season 7 for sure. In retrospect, I kind of agree with it, but that's not why she was cast. I think she was clearly the season villain for season 7, but she didn't make it to the top 3. She was not so villainous, apparently. Black Manta, All Stars International was filmed and spoilers are out. Please don't share them. I'm not going to cover it. I'm not going to have live streams about it. So it's not like it's of vital importance. But we still have a non-spoiler live stream. So, just saying. Coffee, I was actually super triggered by the little Richard of it all. This episode because of how crowned Kennedy should be by now. Sorry, I read that wrong. Well, the problem with Kennedy is that she is too real. Like, way too real. You have to be, I don't want to say you have to be fake, but you have to have a persona, okay? You have to have a persona and have that persona under control because this is a $1 billion franchise. And if you win, you're going to represent the franchise at least for a limited amount of time. And Kennedy is very professional, but she also doesn't tolerate bullshit very much, which incidentally is one of the main reasons why I like Kennedy. Apart from the talent, of course. That's one of the main reasons for me. No bullshit. Like, aggressively no bullshit. So no, they're going to pass on that. Coffee, she is the hero. Oh my god, I could never see Kennedy as a villain. How very dare they? Well, they did try with a good success back in the day. If, people were not having it. Kennedy and Jasmine, especially against Jasmine. Good God. Eddie, the All Winners season has already been filmed. Okay, so maybe that is the one thing that I heard. Watermelon, All Winners should be the final season of the whole franchise 10 years from now. I think this franchise will survive for a long, long time. Possibly the next 10, 15 years. Maybe we will lose some judges along the way because they would want, at some point to retire, live their life, or find something better. So maybe we'll have a switch. But the franchise is healthy and very, very profitable. So I think we're going to have it for a long time. Black Manta, don't want to give spoilers here, but there are videos on YouTube you can find easily. And that's why whenever I watch any Drag Race related content, I do it in incognito mode. Because then YouTube starts giving you suggestions, you know. And then you're like, maybe before watching an episode, you're relaxing, maybe the night. During the night, watching some YouTube videos, some popping videos to fall asleep, you know, that kind of shit, and you get a suggestion and you get spoiled. That's why I always use the incognito mode. I would like to say it's because of porn, but it's for spoilers, which is sad. It's sadder than that. Kim Slice, how are we feeling about Trinity K. Bonet going out? Considering how the edit has been going and how much she's been shown playing the game, she started coming off as fake. So for me, it's a good thing. You know, some people noticed, some people didn't notice. It's, you know, what I hope for these queens is that coming on Drag Race, it entertains me, but I don't want it to hurt their careers. So for me, it was okay. She did very well. Nightmare, allegedly, can we talk about how 2 weeks ago we had drag tots and this week pride guys with their asses out? I mean, no problem with asses, just a thought. Ooh. I completely forgot about drag tots. But yes, do you remember when I said they are walking a very fine line in here? This is just another example. You cannot approach a new audience. You cannot start counting on a new audience before you have actually. Oh God, no. You cannot show the middle finger to your core audience before actually having conquered a new audience. So they have to still have these things, you know, that appeal to the queer community or people that find queer content very entertaining. So, but at the same time, they also look like they really want to conquer that kids market. So they have to walk on this fine line in which they try to have a little bit of both. And for people who keep attention, it doesn't look very well, does it? Black Manta, incognito would be genius for avoiding spoilers. I got spoiled for a lot because of recommended, like you mentioned. Yes, it happened to me, I think, back in season 8, but trust me, I learned that lesson quickly. And if you have this problem, YouTube actually allows you to delete your history, and also your recommended history, you know, everything that you watched and interacted with that's influencing the algorithm to actually suggest you some kind of content. You can delete that. And if you do, then you will not be suggested the same stuff again. Unless you start watching Drag Race content again, even content that you are subscribed to. The moment you click on one video, then you are basically fucked. So what I do, and I tell you what I do, I subscribe to some Drag Race channels because I'm interested in their content, but I want them to show that one more person is subscribed. But then I never clicked on any video from my homepage or from my, how is it called, my feed. Never. Always look for a video. I see like, okay, there is a new video, I don't know, from Vilma Fingerdo, for example. Okay, then I open, if I'm interested, I go in an incognito window and watch it there. Otherwise, when you are watching random stuff, you will get these suggestions, and it's annoying. It's fucking annoying. Jason, I want to see Lady Bunny as a judge. That would be a show. Or even as the guest in Snatch Game. It would be a great show. But I think Bunny said more than once that she's not really interested. She was offered to be a judge. But she was like, I remember she said this thing, it will never get off my mind. She said, it's ridiculous to me, the idea of two queens lip syncing for their life. Because lip sync isn't hard. There is no contest there. You know, like it's an hard. You are supposed to be alone in there. You know, at least this is how I took it. So she knows that this is television. She knows the compromises that you have to do in order to be on television. But if you follow Bunny on Twitter, I am not sure VH1 would agree. It would be amusing for one episode, but there is no containing Bunny. She's going to say what she's going to say. Owen, literally half the season was spoiled by my YouTube and TikTok recommendations. Yes, use the incognito function. That's a blessing. Pedro, do you think Raja can still be the winner even though Kylie is the currently fan favorite? Or the curse of the fan favorite will continue and Kylie won't win? Well, I think this was still filmed last year, okay? Which means everything that happened with the rise of the Black Lives Matter movement and rise of support for the Black Lives Matter movement. Because don't forget, we are thousands of kilometers away, but we had people in the streets here as well. So, you know, it's a huge thing. And they took notice. So, since this is a business, I don't want to dismiss anybody's talent, but that has an influence. And this season was still filmed last year. So, when you add that on top of everything that we said so far, I don't think Kylie has really a chance against Raja. But if they do a double crowning, then she definitely has to be the second queen. Blackmount, I got spoiled by a lot of Eureka stands about the game within a game in YouTube comments. Well, if you want, you have to pay a price if you really want to avoid spoilers. So what I do, for me, I find compromises. Okay, so I say on this specific thing, I don't want to get spoiled, so I don't care the things that I will have to avoid in order for that not to happen. But I cannot use that same attitude with everything. Otherwise, you're better off switching off your phone and switching off your computer, because it's going to happen. You have to compromise in a way. So if you haven't watched an episode yet, you should really avoid watching videos of the show, because either in the suggestions, either in the YouTube comments, it's going to get to you. It's inevitable. Now, the problem with suggestions is that maybe you are really watching like a how-to video on how to replace the screen on your phone, and you get a suggestion for a lip sync on Drag Race, because the YouTube algorithm does this kind of thing. So that's a different story. But you cannot watch content related to that, because of course you will find spoilers in the comments. Of course. Jason, did you hear Jade is on the next Dragula? Did they announce the cast of Dragula? Did I miss that? Jade who? Jade Sotomayor or Jade Jolie? Blazing Bar, like 2 minutes after the episode aired, YouTube is full of it. Oh yes, you have to get in the game quick, otherwise you're not going to get those clicks. Jason, so what do you think the game within a game is going to be? I think it's going to be everybody getting high and pleasuring. No, oh my god, I cannot say these things. Everybody celebrating. You get what you get. Kim's lies, no double crowning, but they have the money. Let them spend a little bit of money. I'm okay with it. There's no problem. And then we can have an Hall of Fame season of Drag Race All-Stars. That would be something I would tune in to watch immediately. Like immediately. I would stay up at 3 in the morning to watch it. Drago, also, I know it's stupid, but do you think if Raja and Kylie get a double crowning, some idiots will scream fat? Of course, Drago, of course. I mean, have you seen anything on social media? Of course, it's not only a statistical matter, because there is just too many people. So, of course, you are going to, statistically, you are going to find people whose IQ is in the 2-digit range by choice. So, yes, of course. I mean, people, it's today, in the world of today, people like nothing more than to be aggressive, hiding behind real issues and trivializing them in the process too. So it's, it's double the damage. Genius, right? Black Manta, J. Jolie. Is she going to be playing a character? Maybe from Germany? Jason, will there be a live chat next week if it's the final show? That's a great question. Maybe on Discord. We can organize a live chat on Discord. I think there is already a live chat on Discord when the episode actually airs. So, but yes, we could, we could organize something like that. Because I'm still technically on vacation when the episode airs. So I could actually be, I was going to say alive. I will actually be awake. So, yeah, why not? Why not? If we do something like that, I will put a post in the channel section. And also, of course, we will talk about it on Discord. But that's not a bad idea. That's a great idea. Nightmare. Jade Essence Hall. No. No. Jada has a different style. Although it would be interesting. I'm open to be surprised. Black Manta, I was shocked, but she showed a look on her Insta and she can do spooky. That's interesting. I'm not going to check it out. I want the full surprise. But I trust you. And I'm looking forward to it if it's true, of course. My name is unimportant. The audience wanted Juju and Shay last season as well. Of course, nobody wanted Miss Relatable. But this is a different case. This is a different case. Or is it? I don't know. Somehow it feels like it's different. Owen, I think everyone has had at least one episode spoiled by Busey. You mean Bossy Queen? Or oh no, there is also a queen that's called Busey. Here on YouTube. Power ranking video after an episode. Oh, it's Bossy. Bossy does power ranking? I don't know. I don't follow all of her content. Some videos are very interesting, and I follow those, but not everything. Also because, as I cannot follow many people who do actual reviews of Drag Race, because it tends to influence the way you think, the things you want to talk about, and you have to kind of preserve your bare opinions, your bare ideas, because it really influences you. So mostly I catch up afterwards if I'm really interested. Black Manta, J. Jolie is German now? I'm confused. Please elaborate. No. This is a reference for everybody who gets it. I'm sorry. Sometimes I throw these Easter eggs in. That's the beauty of it. Blazing, will there ever be a J. Jolie conversation without a spontaneous German history lesson on this channel? Well, for the moment, no. But I'm hoping to change. I am hoping to change. Tukia, they will say that Kylie won because of trans representation if she wins. Raja because of Black Lives Matter. Eureka and Ginger because of representation of big curls. Of course. Because you have to understand one thing. When people want to be assholes, they will always find a way. Always. And it's not that like they are wrong in a way, because, these kind of statements, they are not wrong, but they are part of the story. They are not the whole story. So if you pass it as the whole story, you are clearly being an asshole. And, if you are oblivious to everything else, then I can accept your ignorance. But you have some really grown-up people who just, like to do this thing. I think a lot of people have kind of power issues, or I don't know, self-esteem issues. I don't know why people do this shit on social media. I don't get it. Oh, I see a lot of comments for Juju. Yes, that was a missed opportunity, but also there was something going on with Jujubee last season. She didn't really look like she was into it. Also, she had some things going on. She broke a very long relationship that she had. I think, what was it, like 10, 12 years? She was really going to a phase. You could see that she was not like really in the game, that something was going on. She was still Juju, but I don't know. I had this strong feeling, So, well, it's time. I don't want to say this thing, but I would like to see a little bit more Asian queens, and we haven't had many. I mean, of course, we need back Yu Hamasaki for All Stars. Of course. But, if we are really going for diversity, that was a missed opportunity. But then again, you bring Shea Coulee and you're not going to crown her? I don't know. Pedro, Busey, and you do rankings. Oh, okay. Okay, Blazing. Busey? Well, sorry if I'm butchering your name. Is a relatively new YouTube queen. Okay. Owen, yes. They have similar names. Okay. Tukia, is it pronounced Busey? I'm sorry. There was a time when I used to pronounce Bussy Queen as Bussy Queen because I was still, that's the word. Oh God, I'm terrible. Oh, and you could see that Juju was heartbroken when she wasn't crowned. Was she? I don't think I saw the reaction for All Stars 5. You know that they publish reactions of the queens because they film all the different crownings and... Oh no! Wait a second. Did Juju lip sync? Am I asleep? Because I remember the Titi reveal fail from Miss Relatable and Shay. Was Juju lip syncing with them? Oh God. Oh God. Oh my God, I'm getting old. Like super. No, I'm just tired. I must be just tired. Nope. Oh, thank you. Sorry. I was trying, as you can hear, I was trying to do a little search on Wikipedia with my fashionable USB keyboard. Yes, it was a top 3 lip sync. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Black Manta not as heartbroken as Alaska for season 5. Have you seen the crowning of Aquaria? No. Have you seen the the viewing party for season 10 when Aquaria was crowned and the reaction of Miss Relatable? That was gaggy, as much as Alaska on season 5. That was really gaggy. Lysander, just wonder, could you please check your Discord private messages? I sent you something I want you to see. Please, don't send me nudes. That's the only thing that I want to say. Let's keep it professional. There we go. Please check this out. This is not clear. I'm going to open this in an incognito window. Is it safe? Is it safe? What is it? Blazing. Who refuses nudes? Well. Oh my God. That is so cute. Oh my God. Thank you. But I don't look like a woman. Oh my God. It's a drawing. It's a drawing with the mousies. I would never look this good if I was painted as a drag queen. I can assure you that. I would look more like a punch in the face. I just don't have the facial features, you know. But that's really cute. Thank you. Oh, it's Pandora in her pop art look. Oh. I get it. But it's still cute that you put the mousies there. My babies. My little babies. Which, by the way, I wanted to give you a little bit of an update, you know, show some videos, but I didn't really have time, and they were still shocked from the travel. Because, you know, my parents-in-law live like almost 300 kilometers from here, so it's a good 3 hours drive. And, you know, it's kind of heavy for them already. So they need a little bit to relax. I just saw them yesterday, a little bit. And then they went back sleeping and eating and drinking and sleeping. Black Manta, can you share it? Oh, yes, I think I can. Wait a moment. I can download it. Can I show it? Lysander, can I show it? Because, yes, of course, it makes sense that I cannot show it. Otherwise, why would it be a private message? Yes, that's something I didn't count for. Yes, okay. Okay, let me load it in my streaming software. Let's see. There we go. Oh, but it's too large. Let me see if I can. No. No. Then like this. Yes. My God, I feel like an idiot. It takes me ages to do this. Come on. Resize. Can you resize faster? There we go. Okay, we made it. There is more to the image. I cannot resize it even more than that. It's you. Do you see the mousies? That's cute. That's really cute. That's really, really cute. And since we are not doing reviews anymore, I will finally have time to actually build the secret mousy beach as a 4th floor to the cage, which I have almost everything prepared. But I need to cut some wood, bend it to make a curved border, and then seal everything, of course. But I have all the materials already, even the plants. I have everything already in place to build, the secret mousy beach, and then I will have like how is it called? I wanted to make like a fake advertisement for the channel, like this video is sponsored by, and then we have like a coconut, and the mousies love it. So my partner started calling it the Coconut Express, because sometimes it would pick up the coconut with the mousies inside and take them for, a little bit of a walk around the house. So I wanted to make like a fake commercial about that, but I need to finish that. I will have a little bit more time to work on that. Lysander, I told you I wanted to draw you something. I started working on it after your live stream. Drew Pandora, since she's one of your favorite, and I had to include the mouses. Thank you so much. That's really, really sweet. That's really, really nice. Especially because of the mouses, These are such tiny animals, and they are so smart. And, they are part of our lives. They are like our kids. And, as a queer couple it's not like we have big chances of ever having kids. Because, adoption thing or surrogates, these are things that we cannot afford. It's really too much. So we have the mousies. Those are our kids for a couple of years. So I really appreciate it. When you include the mousies, I really appreciate it. Good job. That's really nice. That was a nice surprise. I was expecting to actually open a private message and finding whole pics and dick pics. Because you never know. You gotta be prepared. There's nothing against you, but you never know who is ever on the other side of the screen. That's really nice. Watermelon, do you live in an LGBT accepting country? Yes and no. So legally, yes, we have recognition. But there is still this social things that takes generations to go away, in which people don't really know how to relate to you. Some people clearly have a prejudice that they are trying to hide. It's more rare, but it does happen. But you still feel a little bit of pressure for it. It's not as bad as in a ton of other countries by a long shot. But it's not like being straight. I'm not trying to pass it off as, oh yes, there is no there is a difference. Now, that difference doesn't impact my life in any impactful ways. Let's see it like that. But I'm sure that if we would apply for adoption, for example, we would be treated very differently from a straight couple just because of this. And on top of that, we don't really own a house. We don't really have, huge bank accounts with tons of savings, and, it's just never going to happen. At least not for a long time. And after the long time, we'll probably be too old. So, Black Manta, my 2 guinea pigs died when I was on holiday and I was devastated. I'm sorry for your loss. It's terrible when you don't have when you don't even have a chance to say goodbye or to prepare to the loss. It happened to me once as well, but not because of health issues, because I trusted a person I shouldn't have trusted, which still haunts me today in a way. Yeah, when I remember 2 summers ago, we didn't visit my parents because we had a mouse called Cookie who just received surgery. And we skipped the vacation, plain and simple. Because even though I trust my mother-in-law, I don't really trust her to deliver proper post-operative care. So we skipped vacation. Then at the end of it, Cookie didn't make it. She developed an infection, and she was scheduled. They proposed another surgery, but by that point, it's like inflicting pain. So, but yes, I understand the feeling. So you have my my empathy. Lysander, you can do whatever you want with the drawing. It's yours to use. Thank you. That's really a nice thought. It's really cute. I'm going to put it in the next video. I'm going to edit it in. Now, where are the other comments? I saw some comments. Watermelon, I'm happy I have the privilege of being from Canada. Well, you have universal healthcare too in Canada. We have it here as well, in some form or shape. So it's not as bad as it could be. Black Manta, thank you for your words, people. It's a pity because they were only 1 year old and pretty brutally killed by a wild animal. Damn. Yeah, but do you see what I mean? I don't know the circumstances, and I don't want to what's the saying? Throw salt on an open wound. But you really need to have someone you can trust, like trust. And if you cannot, either don't get pets or be ready for extreme measures, don't even go on vacations. Because, things like these can happen. And it's not just because people are careless. It's just that if they don't really know how to properly care, accidents can happen. Melanie, hey, thank you. We were talking about Black Manta because he lost his 2 guinea pigs. My name is unimportant. Okay, this is a very legitimate question. Are there people out there that burst into laughter whenever Ginger crosses her eyes and makes those faces? Is someone laughing? I just want to talk. Well, for me, I don't hide the fact that I have a peculiar sense of humor. So, it's rare for me to laugh at things that people usually laugh at. Like, I laughed when Eureka mentioned being Cinderella at the bathhouse. That's funny for me. So I don't know about anybody else. I imagine, well, if you're like young, like really young, yes, of course. Of course. Tiago, it usually rubs salt in the wounds to say thank you. Thank you. One problem that I have in English is the sayings, the idioms, you know? So any help is appreciated. Don't think that it's offensive or disrespectful or whatever. It actually somebody helped me last week, or no, a couple of weeks ago, because the saying is the kettle calling the pot black. Is it right, or is it the opposite? But that's the meaning that I was looking for, and I couldn't find the word. I knew that there was a saying, I didn't know that. Somebody was kind enough to actually put it there. Melanie, Cinderella at the bathhouse was, yes, that's what I was saying. It was hilarious. It was fucked up and it was hilarious. I wished she would have really brought the concept to the runway. But you know, they don't do filth on RuPaul's Drag Race. Not yet, at least. Alexander, I have seen spoilers for All Stars finale. RuPaul's decides to bring Candy Ho back and crowns her after the top 4 does a lackluster job. Fantasia, the pot calling the kettle black. Well, I was almost there. Come on. I was almost there. Let's say 50-50. Shami, do you like the music video finale set up for All Stars? Or is it time for a new finale challenge? Is there a music video finale for All Stars? I didn't know that. I didn't know that. Oh, you mean in general? I think we should have something more. I would like to see these queens going on the street. Not hustling, but you know, do something in the street, like they drag, stopping people in the street. You know, doing something, you know, provocative. Drag is provocative. Do something like that. I would love that. For a change, you know? Like Manta, I want a ball for every finale. I don't know with these balls. Now they usually do the balls. It used to be something special, you know, something that you get for the top 4 or the top 3. And I really love them. But now they do it like at the very, very beginning of the season. So you have like 36, 40 dresses going on in one episode. And you don't have time to really appreciate any. You know, you really don't have the time to look at the details or have a good explanation of everything that went on. In creating the outfit, the concept behind. You just don't have time for that because it's just too much stuff. So whenever I hear ball, I immediately think, oh my god, 40 dresses. I'm not going to review that anymore. Seriously, I'm not going to do that anymore. It's ruining the whole ball thing for me. Melanie, to the bathhouse for the finale. I'm not of freedom to engage too much with that joke. But yes, there is a lot that could have been done there. Like I had a whole lot of ideas. And it could be provocative, funny, educational, but that really would be something for Dragula. It's not going to happen. I'm surprised that they let Eureka say that. Mostly because, you know, Cinderella is a cartoon character for kids. And that's what makes it so funny. Because it's fucked up. Imagine Cinderella looking for a prince at the bathhouse. Yes, I met my prince. Yeah, he told me to meet me at the bathhouse before midnight. Uh, in the dark room slash jacuzzi. Where's the chat? Jason, yes, Ginger does overact, but that's her, and the reason we love her. Right? The fact that she is the happiest being the fool, and that is rare. Yeah, I like the fact that Ginger makes fun of herself, but I also understand the overacting thing. This is, but that's also a balance that comes with experience. I think the moment she gets a little bit more of experience, maybe she can balance it a little bit more. The overacting, I mean, or maybe it was the editing that just really put a magnifying lens on this overacting thing. So I don't really know because I don't closely follow Ginger. I do appreciate her acting abilities. I think she is way ahead of the vast majority of queens that we've had, especially recently on RuPaul's Drag Race. Like, way ahead. Lysander, Nina West wins All-Star 7 by doing a performance on the streets to the song Footloose. My god, that is the song that actually plays on those shows. It's traumatic. It's traumatic. You know, people sometimes which review was it? I think it was episode 8. Because, you know, they had like this food something sponsor for wine. How is it called? Barefoot wine. And so, you know, they kept mentioning, and I was like, yeah, sponsored by Nina West. With a picture of Nina West in there. Somebody wrote me in the comments, I have a visceral reaction to that picture. Black Manta, oh wait, you were pointing out the Disney advertising, and now Eureka just went and tarnished Cinderella's image. You see what I mean by that, by walking the thin line. I can guarantee you, if any of Disney's property was advertised during this episode, that joke wouldn't have seen the light of day. Melanie, I did really get kicked out of her Lizzo lip sync. What's a Lizzo lip sync? I don't know. Do we still have some liquid energy? Yes. Oh, get a kick out of her Lizzo lip sync. Yeah, the one against Maya Miller. The song Phone. Yeah, Mayhem versus Ginger. By the way, has anybody noticed how hot Mayhem actually is out of drag? You know, she was the highlight of that challenge back in All Stars 5. What was it called? The SheMZ. SheMZ challenge. When he had a beard, I was like, oh my god. Oh my god, Mayhem. I didn't know you like that. Fantasia, thank you so much. And sending hearts. Thank you. We're going to be on game night on Thursday. I'm not going to miss it this time. Not going to miss it. Tukia, SheMZ was so bad. It was terrible. It was terrible. It was worse than cringe. I don't think I know the word to describe it. I don't think I know. They didn't deserve. The queens didn't deserve that. Nobody deserved that. The viewers didn't deserve that. Lysander, All Stars 5 was terrible. Was it? Was it so terrible? Well, it wasn't as good as All Stars 4. And it wasn't as good as All Stars 3. Which wasn't as good as All Stars 2. But all of them were better than All Stars 1. Oh no. Oh no. For how fucked up it was, I think All Stars 1 was still more entertaining than All Stars 5. I don't know if it's popular opinion, but yeah, All Stars 5 was probably the worst All Stars we got so far. I mean, for me, it was Miss Relatable, and the way they were pushing her, it was just too much. It was just too much. And all those relatable reactions and confessionals, and I'm like, oh my god. I mean, I admire the commitment, but come on. Jason, if we want good acting, let's talk Pearl in Romeo and Juliet. Oh my god, enough Shakespeare. But in retrospect, that Shakespeare challenge back in season 7, it holds up really well. Like, I love watching it. I still cringe at RuPaul's being fake hangry and so on. But the challenge is not bad. It gives me a good chuckle. Black Manta, I want to see another makeover on All Stars because it's been a while. Yeah, not by chance. Not by chance. It's because of the filming bubble. Maybe we're going to get some in the next seasons because they have been filmed now, and the U.S., when it comes to vaccination, they were really, really early compared to almost everyone else in the world. So maybe they already got everyone vaccinated so that they could do makeover challenges. And I think we're going to see them again. Melanie, All Stars 5 was very meh. Yeah, it was. Fantasia, shout out to all of your followers that make game night epic. Thank you. Thank you, they do. Thank you to all of you, especially Drago, and I cannot remember. I'm sorry, but there is someone else I cannot remember the name of, but it's been very entertaining with the Jackbox SmackDown Eleganza Extravaganza. So yes. Of course, I'm not mentioning amateur because nobody is looking forward to her quiz. I mean, that's not normal. You have questions like, okay, so which queens was the second to be critiqued in the season 2 episode where this was the Maxi Challenge? I'm like, what the fuck? Who's going to know that? And why? No. Nobody's looking forward to amateurs quizzes. But I did enjoy the drag race, the one where you spin the wheel. How is it called in English? The Wheel of Fortune. I did enjoy that very much. Like Manta, they could make over the eliminated queens or something. Yes, they made over each other back in season 13. But it's really not the same as seeing, a full bearded man, for example, that never done drag before. It had a little bit of novice to the whole thing, which is very endearing to me. Yeah, I miss a good makeover. Fantasia, best to worst, season All-Star 6, 2, 3, 1, 4, and 5. I'm not sure I would put 1 before 4, maybe on par, but yes, basically I agree with it. Not Ichiban. I unironically liked Pearl in that challenge. Her going down behind the railing is the funniest thing I've ever seen. I don't know if it's nostalgia or what, but when I look back at that challenge, it always makes me smile. I like the whole thing of it. It was so funny. Lysander, All Stars 5 wasn't during the pandemic, yet they didn't do a makeover challenge. Oh, you are right. You are right. Most of the queens flopped on that challenge, especially some of the favorites. Miss Relatable won her makeover. I think you're right, if I remember correctly. We did have a makeover in All Stars 4, but that's because somebody posted on the major subreddit for for Drag Race. They posted Monet's Best Judy on one of those sites. That's why I remember. Like Manta, when is game night? I think if you're from the US, it's actually game afternoon. It's game night for us in Europe. On Thursdays, about the same time of the live streams. A little bit late, maybe. It depends. Usually we wait for Drago to be ready. He's the first one to actually host games. Then usually we have something with Amateur, or my god, I cannot remember his name. It feels so disrespectful. Duraludon. There we go. Duraludon. He's been hosting Jackbox games. Yes, thank you, Fantasia. Watermelon, in my opinion, best to worst, season 2, 6, 4, 3, 1, 5. Well, we all agree that season 5 is the worst. Black Manta, Monique and Manila made All Stars 4. I don't know about that. I don't know. I mean, the most I enjoyed of Manila, because Manila played the game a lot back in All Stars 4, like a lot. And I really enjoyed Millennia Decade when she did a parody of Manila lip syncing with the fake crying and so on. But the elimination of Manila really did make All Stars 4. I think, Naomi became iconic because of that. That's the kind of shocker that I really like, That's the kind of unexpected thing. That's the beauty of having the queens actually voting. So it's a pity that we cannot get more of that. Like, a cutthroat competition, Not necessarily to be malicious or, playing mind games and so on, but playing the game, like playing it. Oh, you're in the bottom, you are done. If we don't get rid of you, you are going to fuck us all. So you know what? You're going home immediately. I would like something like that for a change. Not all the time, but a little bit. Come on. Fantasia, I loved All Stars 1, especially when Latrice was in the trash can. When was she in the trash can? When they went out? They did that whole segment when they went in the streets trying to convince people to do things. My god, those were really other times. Black Manta, isn't that a Pokemon? I wouldn't know. Mr. Invisible would know. Lysander, All-Star 6 is one of the best All-Stars so far. It felt more raw and entertaining than other All-Stars, plus the cast was great. We had Black Queens, Latino, Puerto Vallarta Queens, big girls. Yeah, I tend to agree with that. I also liked a lot All-Stars 2 and All-Stars 3. Maybe it's more a nostalgia thing with All-Stars 2. But what's the problem with All-Stars 6? That for me, it really started to go downhill episode 4, episode 5. we could have avoided most of, the bad episodes. They could have been easily avoided because they started so strong. Like, so strong. I was so pumped up. I was like, this is the best season, not of All Stars, of Drag Race in a long time. And then, it all went down. Tukia, I don't know them either. I just Googled it. Which is what Amateur does on game night. And she's not here, so she cannot defend herself. Watermelon, how would RuPaul perform as a contestant? Oh, come on. We don't do that to Mama Ru. Leave her on her ranch, feeling her fantasy. Sasha, I honestly hated All-Star 6 so much. Just as much as I did 8 Season 13 and All-Stars 5. Well, for me it wasn't necessarily that bad. I mean, when it went down, it went down. Like it went down. Like that, my god, those drag thoughts and the American Horror Story thing, it was just, come on. It was really too much. But going to say hate? Not really. I think All-Star 6 still has some rewatchability to it. It's not one of the first seasons that I would rewatch, that is for sure. Also because we are just watching it. But this is something that All-Stars 5 is lacking, for example. I would never rewatch All-Stars 5. It's time for a rewatch of All-Stars 4, that is for sure. It's definitely time for that. But All-Stars 5, I don't think I will ever rewatch that. Like, I will never rewatch Season 13. Those are really out of the question. Black Manta disqualified for fracking? Luca, did you all see that Drag Race was renewed for 3 more series? No, I didn't see that, but I'm not surprised. You mean the main series on VH1? I'm not surprised. If that's the things, I'm not surprised at all. Sasha, RuPaul would be the first eliminated. Tukia, RuPaul as a contestant would be fracking fabulous. It's different times. Mama Ru doesn't need to compete, And when you think about it, she's not even critiquing that much anymore. She's more like, she really looks like she can't be bothered. Like she's over it, Like, yes, the money is good and it's her empire. But she doesn't look that invested anymore. She used to be I remember in the very, very early season, she used to be helpful. She used to be more genuine overall. There was a different vibe to it. I don't know if it's because it was the beginning or she had the idea that she was actually building something and with the excitement that comes with it. I don't know what is it, but the difference is definitely there. Today it really looks like she cannot be bothered anymore. Which is a pity. I miss old RuPaul. Like 90s RuPaul. I would love to have her back on Drag Race. My god, I would be living. She would be reading everyone to filth and then lift them up. Like, lift them up. Yeah, it would be amazing. Black Manta, not 3 seasons. They meant season 14, Celebrity Drag Race, and another one I can't remember. Oh, I thought they renewed the main season for 3 seasons. Yeah, but Drag Race is not going anywhere. If VH1, yes. If VH1 passes on Drag Race, they will find another home immediately. Alexander, how to fix All-Star 6? Choose better songs. Don't cast Jan. Drag Tots doesn't exist. The acting challenge is changed. The twist is in the middle, and the regular Snatch Game format is back. That would already really make a difference. I don't like the Snatch Game of Love. It was cute the first time, but I want to see all of the queens interacting with each others. That's the beauty of Snatch Game. Even in a shady way. Watermelon, does anyone else feels like the franchise is getting a bit tired? Especially because it's in 84 countries with 17 seasons per year. Yes, we get that a lot. But for me, the final answer is always the same. It's better more than too little. Especially because of the social impact of it. It's good that we have, many different iterations of the franchise. Especially for those who don't speak English. Imagine that. So it's not bad. And after all, if you're not really interested, you always have, the possibility not to watch. Like I didn't watch Drag Race Holland, not even one episode. I heard very good things of Drag Race Spain, but I didn't watch it. And I don't think I will ever have time with it. The moment I have time, I'm watching Thailand. It's been on my watch list for almost a year now. Okay, I didn't even watch season 13, just for your reviews, and after that I didn't want to watch it. I am sorry. At least watch the first 5 episodes, because Denali is amazing. If you go past the fact that they're trying to basically shit on Denali every step of the way, Denali is amazing. She is like the winner of season 13. The real winner of season 13. Sue me. Look, I hope they actually move away from the format now and add some live elements to the show, where the viewers can actually decide the eliminated queen. It's tedious and unlikely. I don't really believe in live interaction, because it's going to be abused in no time. It would have been nice back in the day, when it was more difficult, more challenging to actually abuse these kind of things. But today anyone can rig those kind of things very easily. Very, very easily. Lysander, RuPaul is investing when someone wears H&M. Sasha, there is a rumor that Drag Race Brazil will happen next year. And you will love to know that the rumored host is a children singer. Like a child is a host? Or somebody who makes songs for kids? Well, it's still Drag Race. It's still part of the franchise. But don't get mistaken. If you are paying for it, you get the power to decide your target audience. With some limits, of course. But, I don't think many other franchises, many other iteration of the franchise, especially in the very first season, would dare to try to conquer that market so soon. But you never know. Worst thing have happened. Tukia, I have an important question. Do you think the pet talk she had with Pandora on episode 10 was genuine? I think it was. She kinda have a soft spot for early season queens. Well, honestly, no. I don't think RuPaul even knows what's going on in during filming anymore. I think also for security reasons, like being on set the least possible. I think she has people who kind of catch her up on what is going on, and the general gist. She's also a producer, so If allegedly there is an elimination order and established characters and edits, of course she's aware of those kind of things, and then she probably has a ton of people around who help her out through the here piece, through catching her up with what's going on in the workroom, and other things that might be useful during her actual interactions with the queens. But no, to me, she really looks out of it. Like she doesn't care about anyone. She's working. That's what I believe. In good and in bad, of course. Melanie Denali really is something special. She is. She is. Black Manta, Spain and Holland are worth watching. Spain is great, and Carmen needs more recognition. Holland is fashion, is next level, but lip sync are kind of meh. I don't think I will ever have time to catch up with that. But it's good that each country gets its own iteration. Melanie, they make songs for... Oh, okay. Okay. Watermelon, I'm from Canada, and I haven't watched an episode of Canada's Drag Race. I just saw the Snatch Game, and in my opinion, it's the best Snatch Game of the franchise. Yeah, I need to catch up to Canada. I watched episode 1 and half of episode 2. Yeah, I know. I know. Eddie, Denali is so underrated. She's such an amazing queen. Ru was sleeping on her. I think it was also a marketing move. A la Valentina. It's interesting bringing Denali back for All Stars. The point is that despite the edit, despite the way she was treated on the show, I think Denali resonated with so many people. And she's so polished, she's so professional, she is impeccable in managing her social media image. I don't think Denali is really going to need Drag Race in the short term. Maybe in the long term, like in 5-6 years, if, new queens come on and she didn't build a strong platform, then yes, but I don't see Denali coming back for All Stars 7 or All Stars 8. I don't see that happening. She's smarter than that. Lysander, Holland is odd. The fashion is incredible, but most of the lip syncs are meh and there are questionable decisions. I know that the final prize was an ugly dress. And it's kind of, a gag. It's a dress. Black Manta, I just realized we only got RuPaul going around the workroom once this season for the ball. We got mini challenges, but RuPaul never really interacted with the queens. There are these talks and, suggestions when she does the run in the workroom, but they stopped feeling genuine ages ago. Now are more moments that serves the purpose of refining the edit for the episode or the general edit for a queen. So, if they will go more forward, then topics will be introduced. She asks specific questions. It's more like everything that she says looks like it had a team of people actually discussing the usefulness of everything, and sitting there and saying, okay, during this 30 seconds, we need to achieve these purposes. So you need to ask this, say this, and give this feedback. And RuPaul is more like they're trying to make it look natural. Alexander, Drag Race Vatican confirmed for 2022. Oh. Oh God. Didn't announce Drag Race Italy. To me, it's not Drag Race Italy, it's Drag Race Vatican City. And it will always be. Tuki, I'm waiting for Germany's Drag Race, the most aggressive language of the world. Well, that depends on where you're from, but yes, Nordic languages in general sound, kind of rough. Kind of rough. Lysander Denali said she's not coming back for All Stars. She'll wait some years. Smart choice. Very smart choice. Very smart choice. I hope Jen's sacrifice will not go unnoticed. And, she will really serve as a cautionary tale to all of these queens who think, yes, I can go on All Stars immediately. Don't go. Don't go. Unless you have real maturity, real progress, real change to showcase, don't go, because the risk is just too high. It's just too high. Holland Season 1 has a rejected Beyonce dress as the prize. Season 2 has money. I think 15,000 euros, if I'm not wrong. Which is not that much. It's like $18,000? Something like that. $18,000. And a gig. I hope it's a good gig. Watermelon, why don't other countries have prize money? That depends on who is actually producing the show. Like the BBC for Drag Race UK, for example. They are a public company, so they cannot offer money prizes. So that depends. It's not that they're... I thought back in the day, back when, season 1 aired, I thought they were just being cheap. But then I realized that, there was all this thing with the BBC being public, so no prize money. And so it really depends on who is producing it. But it makes sense to give just money as the prize, because think about it. It's much easier than having to find agreement with other companies or having to actually think of something. You just write a check. It's fast. It's convenient, Sasha, Drag Race Vatican City first lip sync. Hail Mary. Oh, good God. Somebody should do like a spin-off, like a comedy show with Drag Race Vatican City. It would be majestic. Like majestic. Okay, it's 3:15 in the morning. I'm going to call it a night and I'm going to go to sleep. Now, plan for the week. I need to have episode 9, 10, and 11 out before Thursday. Otherwise, it makes no sense, and I don't want to be too late about it. So I will try my best to have this done. I'm also still technically on vacation, so I have the time, and it's completely doable. Then, for those who want to join for game night on Thursday, you're welcome to do so. There is a link in the Discord. If we do organize a viewing party for the finale of All Star 6, then I will let you know in the community section of the channel, and of course on Discord. If anyone is up for it, I will have to ask a question in there, and maybe create a separate section like live viewing so that people don't risk getting spoiled by mistake. And then for the live stream, I'll see you back on Sunday. Next Sunday, same place and same time. So thank you so much for joining. Thanks so much for keeping me company. And I hope you enjoyed these streams as much as I enjoy making them. Have a good night. Have a nice week. And I will see you soon.